what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause.
Well, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we come down to the final moments of this entire season. I'm Leaf. Spaceman and James Bott are joining me to discuss those final moments as we hit the European Invitational in the spring split. James, this is we're coming right down to the end of it now. As I said, it's crazy how fast it's got here.
When you're a diehard fan of a team, and you're getting to that moment where there's no more hope. There's only just, I guess, the result on the day, right? Well, no, there's like so I'm speaking as an NRG fan. I think everybody knows
fair
that,
enough.
Like knowing that it's this spring invitational that will either give you life or sign your death certificate. It's weighty, and I think this event, the Spring Invitational for Europe, this is where seasons end. So a lot on the line this weekend, and it's nail biting.
Well, Spaceman, let's look at the we got a graphic to remind you guys. There's little pretty little colors and stuff.
Yeah.
Look at it, we're almost done. Like this solidifies it right here.
This does. Look, we've made it through 2 splits so far. We're on our 3rd and final one. The road to champs continues. Of course, Worlds coming up in August, but this final weekend for Europe and next weekend for North America is it for the spring split before our major kicks off in July. This is where you get, like James said, the rest of your points and hopefully a chance for both the major, but following for Worlds. If you don't have a good showing today and or tomorrow, you're done for the season. This is a very important weekend, probably the most important one. And of course, the major's coming up. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be very fun. Can't wait. All exciting.
For other regions, next week's the important one because, as you see, Force Touch, as usual, and a bunch of other regions are finishing off their invitationals as well. Their seasons, the regular seasons coming to an end as everyone, again, is pushing towards that next and final major in Boston. Let's chat about that a little bit here because we want to see you there. So please get your tickets and come hang out with us. Exclamation point tickets in chat. July 6th to 9th is the event, and 8th to 9th is when you can join us in venue, Aganis Arena, and have some fun. Spaceman, I'm hoping that we have 4 million friends. I don't think we can fit that many, but we have a lot of friends there.
And what's max capacity is like between 7 like 11,000 for Aganis. I don't know.
Okay, I want that.
It's a little under 4 million, Leaf.
It's a little bit. It's just a smidge under 4 million. But look, it's the
Canadian
first East
math.
Coast lands since Season 7 Worlds back in New Jersey. So the East Coast lands always go different. You could talk at Millennium. James knows about this. East Coast lands, East Coast players are different, man. It's a whole spiel of old esports culture. Make sure you show up. You don't want to miss this one. It's going to be really fun.
Gonna be an absolute blast, but we got to get to the nitty-gritty of things right now because we got to do some calculations, some better math than I've just done as we take a look at the Spring Point Spacemans. So many teams trying to book their way to that major.
So many teams trying to get to the major. Of course, this is updated with 4 points added to every single total because if you show up today, if you've made it to Friday, you get an additional 4 points. So congratulations for a lot of teams that kind of needed that bump. Let's talk a little bit about what the scenarios do look like because lots of clinching and eliminations for lands coming this weekend. We'll keep you updated as the program rolls on this weekend. Only 5 teams will control their fate to qualify for the major, and those are the teams with the top 5 points overall in this split. Carmine Corps and BDS can both clinch major today. They do so by winning both of their upper bracket series, and they guarantee a minimum finish of 5th through 6th. If they essentially do that, I mean, you get to the major anyway. Team Liquid clinches with a 3rd or better, so if Liquid get top 3, GG's to them. Moist, if they get top 2, if they get to a grand final, they will go to the major as well. Each of the 4 can clinch earlier, but it will require help from other teams. So your destiny's in your hands to some extent, but if you just show up this weekend, have a good placing, looking at top 4 situations, you're probably going to go to the major.
Yeah, I'm guessing teams aren't going to be looking at that what-if scenario and requiring help. They're going to be looking for the dubs to make sure they can guarantee that they're getting those clinches done. That's for sure. And that doesn't change for Worlds at all, does it, James? A lot of teams this weekend are fighting for their lives.
They really are. And this is what I was talking about, Leaf. You're up against the wall. This is where races will end. So there's a lot of teams you should keep your eye on because if they are knocked out of the tournament today, they're eliminated from the major. But there's a few that are also eliminated from Worlds at the same time, namely Guild, SA, Hogan Mode, who I know a lot of people have been following religiously, Luna Galaxy, Williams, Resolve, Bufak Stop, and Monaco. All those teams, if they're eliminated today, are also eliminated from Worlds. That's not the same, or not the case for PSG Tundra, Oxygen, and G1. They have a little bit more to hope for, but still, this is now where things are down to the wire, Leaf.
Oh, absolutely. And a couple teams have things this weekend just with their in their own hands, though. I've seen K-Corp and Vitality have a better chance of Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, but there's also the question, too, is how well will the regions perform at Worlds? Because the other thing you need to be paying attention to is those World region spots. So, will NA get that extra spot? Will EU get it? Will there be some crazy performance from one of these other regions? Not only do you have to perform well to make the major, but then you're hoping that your region can fight for that extra spot or two.
Let's take a look at the prize pool now, because our points are tied to that as well. And this is, again, what teams are looking at. Of course, 30K, not too bad, as well as a side note. But for, again, most of these teams, it's that bigger prize at the end that they're looking for. And those points are going to be a big piece of the puzzle for them clinching majors, for clinching Worlds. So they're going to be keeping an eye on those. And honestly, they're probably mostly just focused on what's happening on the field and winning. That's for sure. And their matchups at hand. Let's take a look at the bracket. Spaceman, I really love hearing you explain stuff. So can you explain to me how this very complicated looking graph looks?
All right, children. We've done this couple of splits now, at least 4 different regionals now. Let's do it again. Let's do it for a 5th. This is how double elim works. If you want to continue on and get towards those best of 7 matches in the upper semis, you got to win your games. That's it. It's all best of 5s to start today on Fridays. We'll have a couple of matches here on the mainstream. You jump down to lowers, and that means you've lost your opening game. So you want to make it to the upper bracket. You want uppies? It's chat. You want the uppies. Then you have to win your games. If you want to get all the way to the grand final, that's how you get there. You have 2 lives. You lose 2 times. You're out. You win. You keep going. That's all that matters. It's double elim, very standard. You know what the deal is.
I want uppies, but I'm not playing.
Good.
So I just got to kind of watch. And
I don't even know. I don't know what he meant by that. But I'm not.
When
I'm
someone
not going
picks
to
you up
complain.
and take
Jay,
care
I
of
thought he was
want
talking
uppies.
about an
Fine.
upper bracket match.
Yeah,
Oh, he's talking about the upper bracket. See, Leaf,
want the
that's
upper
why
bracket
you were
match?
confused,
Oh,
man.
I thought you were going to pick me up and carry me around.
No, you're. I mean, especially in Rocket League, the heaviness of your teammate can certainly influence how
That
far
run
you
grind
can
is
carry
crazy.
somebody. But I also wanted to say last European regional event, we saw that bracket reset actually come into play. So that's a rare thing. So that was pretty cool. Even though Vitality still managed to get the dub. But the double elimination, it's very simple.
Right.
You lose twice, you're out. It's almost like you double lose and you're eliminated.
Yeah, double eliminate.
yeah.
Yeah, something like
That's
that. All
the
right.
name.
Well, this is our schedule today. We only have 4 matches on the Friday. We have our upper bracket round 1, our quarterfinals. Then we head down to that lower bracket round 1 and 2, where eliminations, as the name suggests, start to happen. Here's our matchups for the day. Lots of matchups happening. Sorry, not for the day, for round 1. Lots of matchups happening. We can't possibly show them all at once. Team streams are going on. So whatever platform you're watching this on, make sure to search Rocket League and then your favorite team name. Go join in the chat and celebrate as they get their victories. But if you do want to stick around with us, in my opinion, we got the best matchup on the docket anyways. It's going to be Moist Esports facing off against Brogan Mode. Yeah, that's right. Look at that logo.
The gold
I love it.
bars. Just
so good.
stack the gold bricks. They had to pull those 2 out of Scrub Killer's closet to take the picture for the logo. That's the word on the street anyway.
He took those photo himself. But yeah, this is the team, James. A lot of people have been rallying behind. You mentioned it before too. With Scrub Killer, he's kind of been absent from the scene for a while, and now all of a sudden he's back with Rezi and Growly, and honestly, looking not bad.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't have the best last regional event. They came on incredibly hot in the first event in the Open, but then in the Spring Cup, they stumbled a bit. So, now the question is, which version will we get here? They've made the main event once again. They still have some hope, but it's going to be a tough battle. This Moist team, I think, has slowly been generating momentum, and it's kind of been the case for teams with Cash. Cash has had it's moderate levels of success, but making the major with Quadrant was huge. And I think, this is another opportunity for Cash and Moist to make their presence felt, but also for Cash to really prove over and over again that, he's a major player. He can make it to this stage and he can really contribute. And then also Juicy. Moist was a team that everyone held so near and dear to their heart. Only Joyo from that original Queso to Moist team remains. But I still am a believer in this Moist squad, and they're in a great position to make that major and make a Worlds run.
All right, well, let's go throw an official prediction on the before the match starts here. Chat's getting their predictions in. James, you going to land on Moist then? It sounds like you favor them a little bit here.
I'm going to have to go with Moist here. I think that they are, especially Joyo is such a rock-solid player. I think Cash is becoming that as well. Juicy's such a great compliment. And we've seen some hot and cold performances from Hogan mode, so until we see more from them, I'm going to have to give this one to Moist.
Spaceman?
To make Mr. Critical very happy, Moist are going to steal the doubloons of Hogan mode. I'm sorry. It's going to happen.
Okay.
What is a doubloon, by the way?
To make Rocket League...
Seaman's.
And this coin?
Okay.
Is it?
Well, I'm going to make Rocket League fans happy and chat happy. I'm going Brogan mode. There ain't no way I'm going against him quite yet. I think I might be a little low IQ for making this pick, but I'm going with them anyways. I got Hogan mode taking the match, or I think realistically maybe through the lower bracket, but
sure.
Who knows? Anything can happen. We got the matchup at hand. Spaceman, James Bond, take it away.
James Bond. It's been a long time coming. Very big fan. How you doing, brother? Welcome in.
It's good to be here. I rarely get to... I think this is my only day one of the season. So it's an honor to get to witness these matches with you, Spaceman. And when there's such important games to be played and matches to be played, entire seasons coming down to this, you get in the rhythm of the regular season and you're always, already got to pause. But, I was going to say, you get in a rhythm.
Keep going.
You get in a rhythm of just, the season, right? Where, you're just thinking, okay, if this event doesn't go well, we just set our sights to the future. Or if it does go well, we got to keep this performance up so that we can make the Worlds or the World Championship. But now it's coming down to this point where there's no more rope left. You've got to pick up and climb yourself to the top. Otherwise, your season is over, and it adds so much more pressure to these games. And I think a lot of the casters and analysts will talk about it. These regional events, a lot of times, are even more stressful than the majors themselves, just because if you get it to the major, you give yourself that chance to, or you're basically punching your ticket to Worlds, but getting to that major.
Yeah.
Through
You've
these
done the
events,
hard work.
This weekend, this is the hard work.
This is the most, for the phases, the car means, for anybody who has rough Fridays or early Saturdays, this is the weekend to not have that problem, because this matters the most. Hogan mode, just getting here is an achievement in and of itself, but if you're looking at Moist, again, they're trying to make the push for Major, for Worlds. This is a team that top 4 finishes, 5th through 6th, a regional 2 ago. Of course, they lose to BDS twice, but they're on the up and up. Moist are on the swing up, and we are expecting this with the Cash change to really be what this trajectory could be for this squad. I think they have a lot showing that shows that this team is capable of making not only a push for Worlds, but being one of the top contenders in Europe. But Hogan mode are no pushovers, and it's been a while since we've seen Scrub kind of in this position where a lot on the line, a chance to maybe play spoiler to some squad, but also get his team in a position to maybe qualify for Worlds if things go his way, James.
Things would have to go perfectly.
Literally.
Let's be honest. For Hogan mode, things would have to go pretty perfectly for them to have that shot. But there's a chance. There is a chance. But we'll see which version of Hogan mode we have. When we saw them have great success in the Open, we saw some very creative plays, selfless passing, unpredictability.
Yeah.
We'll need to see more of that against Moist, but Moist is so mechanically solid, especially Cash. Cash, one of the best mechanical players over in Europe. He is so good and so deadly on that Dominus. And then Joyo as well. Freestyle and advocate and enthusiast Joyo will also impress you with his moves.
Cash almost own goal, just gives it right back. Yeah, look, I was thinking about, this Moist roster, it's a busy defense. You're peeling off in the corners for boost, challenging 50s on these possessions, but you also make small mistakes. Granted, Growly did win the 50 to kind of send it on its way, but those are opportunities you can't give away, as Pokemon will capitalize.
And honestly, I think it's a very difficult bounce to read, but Cash actually stopped driving for a brief moment. Had he kept going, he might have been able to clear that ball off the bounce. I think he must have thought that just was going straight in.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So-
mean, he parked. You're thinking he's at least going to contest the second rebound. If not, get a hand up. Doesn't necessarily work out, but okay, that's how we start things. It's very much a Scrub and Company kind of goal you're going to take. But for Hogan Mode, the road here, what are the obstacles they're facing looking in front of a moist roster who have recently made a change? Things are going their way, but they also know they have to make a deep run this weekend to give themselves a chance for the Spring Major coming up.
Oh, certainly, and it's a tall task, but it's a great start so far. But that shot will weave its way through. Juicy off the pass from Joyo. And it's a little confusing. You can see all of Hogan Mode has gold as their club name, but for some reason, so does Joyo. I have no idea what that's about.
Friendship. The power of camaraderie. That's not a thing. Scrub Killer off the opening kickoff. Try to take it right up the gut. We've seen this before as the team starts to spread and Growly will try to find the boost. So at the midfield, Moist have a couple of numbers they can work through here if they'd like to essentially burn out the resources of Hogan Mode. We've seen it before. The offense becomes overwhelming and cash towards the ceiling can be dangerous. But at the midfield, it's another 50 that goes the way of the boys in orange. Growly tries to extend, but very quickly the defense from Moist stepping up and clearing the ball.
Moist, after that little mistake, cleaning things up. Great speed from Cash. Now Rezi's in a 1v2. And, Cash didn't have enough boost to stay on the play. It looked like Joyo wanted to go for that demo, but the pass from Cash was a necessity due to his boost that he had. Moist, starting to look more comfortable, having more possession. Rezi trying to get a hand up, but the ball flying over to Cash. Now, Cash will have plenty of boost for a solo play. Pass in field, but you saw Rezi reading that passing play, demo Juicy, and now the counterattack almost comes through.
And Juicy has to prioritize boost, so you're left in a 1v1 in front of the net with so much space to give. And this is the counterattack opportunities that Hogan Mode have to take advantage of, and Joyo gives it right back, punching it through a 2-1 lead. And nicely done by Hogan Mode to find that demo and counterattack beautifully.
And really, what was the linchpin of that play was the demo. The demo to prevent the shot off the pass that instantly started the counterattack. So very smart play there from Hogan Mode, utilizing those demos defensively. Most of the time you see a lot of demos offensively, demoing that back character, but that is a textbook defensive demo that really turned the tide there for Hogan Mode, who now find themselves in the lead with less than half the game left to go.
One of the more three-man offenses in terms of potency you're going to find in Europe is this Moist roster. So far, a nice job neutralizing a lot of the upfield plays from Cash. Of course, the infield passes that Moist rely on, deleted in that last counterattack. The swing so far for Hogan Mode has worked out, a 2-1 lead with under 2 minutes to play. Trying to clear it out of the neutral zone for the moment. Joyo will pop it free. And you're starting to see Scrub get really physical in the transitions. They're not giving Moist a lot of room to find one another.
No, and that's what you want to do. You don't want to give space because all these players from Moist have that solo play potential. Scrub Killa not even playing the ball, playing the player. But that's a very good first touch. Joyo over one, went for the double tap. Rezi has had a great game so far, making another solid defensive play there, but Juicy gets the pass into a bump. The shot should go in, and it does. This was a beautiful infield pass from Moist. And you can see Juicy, he gets in front of Scrub, and not only does he get that pass out, but you saw him boost into the path of that challenging player and bumping him off the ball so that Joyo had a clean look.
He just had to get past Growly in the air. Once you do that, you set up your teammate for the pass, and that's pretty much a free look for Moist. But the cut down, the overextension from Rezi, giving it back. Pressure's now up, two-man hit begins. The offense starting to swing out. But they'll have to worry about Joyo from the ceiling as he sends it on its way before the clear does find his way through. Juicy from the sidewall, big contest back to the midfield. Cash trying to follow in and track, and does so, but Rezi cuts it down.
And that was such precise boost usage from Joyo on that ceiling attempt. And look at that pass out. Joyo going to get back down to the ground, but Growly, well played. Scrub a bit too slow. Juicy will have a pass down. Cash won't be able to take the shot. Joyo had to bail out, and he doesn't get the follow-up shot. He was trying to get the double tap ball, but didn't get the perfect touch he was looking for, and also didn't land clean enough to take the shot on the rebound. That was a quality scoring chance that's gonna go by the wayside. Moist could have scored that go-ahead goal there.
A couple of times Moist have done a nice job of holding their resets to really bait those defenders out and force the challenge. What that's led to is a couple of open looks, but still a tie game. We turn the game clock off. trying to work from the sidewall. Rezi on the backboard. Juicy finds the clear, but gives possession right back. Crowley can't find the redirect, and Cash keeps it up. Scrub kill on the Chow. Trying to get out to your own side of the field. Crowley extending. It's still alive. And a nice second touch to get it to Rezi, but he can't continue the play. It was a good effort, but into OT we go.
Great defense there from Hogan mode. And that is an ugly kickoff from Moist. They might lose it here, but Juicy will clear it out to the corner. Oh, nice. That pass idea was there, but now Juicy is going to take this ball downfield. Scrub killer. Ball finds its way out. Now, Hogan mode on the counterattack, Spaceman. We'll see what Growly does. Looks like he did get that mid boost.
And he did, and he got Joyo just to bite enough. So you cut into the lane, you're forced to play goalie, and you can spread out in that offensive third. That's exactly what happens as Scrub flies in, takes one out with him. Power play here. Scrub still flying on the goal line, bumping Joyo, and Rezi will catch it slowly into the hard bounce off the wall. Rezi looking for the second extension, will find it, but I like the pressure we're seeing from Hogan mode early.
Oh yeah, Joyo didn't get a piece of the ball and is having to just pick up small pets, finally getting the bit boost, but what on earth? How did this ball go in? Juicy, he just hits it and it floats all the way over. Growly just missed it. And perhaps, I mean, I've been in those situations before where you're expecting it to bounce off the ceiling. And when it bounces off the ceiling, it comes down just a little bit. And I think that's what happened there, was that Growly was expecting it to at least skim the ceiling.
Yep.
And it just never did. That ball just kept on floating, almost like Rookie of the Year. That pitch to strike out the batter.
Yep.
You just got to float it.
I mean, the unfortunate part is that does happen in OT after a hard-fought Game 1 where it just can't, given what this weekend means, given what this Game 1 means for the swing of the series. Granted, momentum is an interesting thing, but in this instance, that is a challenge you want back a million times, because that shouldn't happen, James, and it's a tough way to lose in OT.
It is a tough way to lose, but in all fairness, I think Moist was the better team in that game. There were some inspired plays from Hogan mode. I believe it was Rezi who had that key demo at the midfield that turned into a counterattack goal for Hogan mode. I like the creativity and the play style from Hogan mode. It's just, you can't really make mistakes like that in a tight series like this and in a tight game like that. But for Moist, there was, most notably that one play from Joyo where Joyo was trying to get the double tap, wasn't able to score it, wasn't able to get the rebound. That easily could have been and probably should have been a goal there for Moist. And I really was enjoying the infield passing from Moist, and not only the infield pass, but how they're doing it. You saw the play from Juicy where, gets a first touch block on Scrub Kill, it takes it up the wall, gets the infield pass and the bump. That's what you have to do in today's game. It's not as simple as just passing it out. You got to do the pass and the bump, or the pass into, a floating redirect. You just have to do more in today's game to beat these defenses.
And as much as Moist tried to dictate the pace, credit has to go over to Hogan mode for how they met that challenge very quickly. It skims around the crossbar. You're thinking for a second, we start off with another 1-0 lead as Hogan mode put the pressure on now, and Cash is forced to make that read off the backboard. Extra touches and follow-up, so the rebounds here, and they'll work off the ceiling. But already, just wiping off that OT, letting it go by the wayside, and figuring that Game 2 could be just as successful if the pressure continues like it is.
We have seen quite a bit of time on defense here from Moist, even in the first game. Hogan mode. Trying to figure out the puzzle. Growly attempting to keep that in. Rezi gets beat to the ball. Scrub Kill will just launch this right back in. You see Juicy able to pick up that corner boost. And Joyo out of boost. This could be tough. Juicy is not going to have the cleanest hit. This could be bad for Moist Spaceman.
And Joyo's just had to sit at the midfield and cut down these passes. It was a weak touch from the side wall, but it gave enough space for Moist to continue their push up field and just challenge some of the 50s you're going to get out of Hogan mode. So no clean redirects, and finally the counterattack begins. You get a clear, which is nice, but really doesn't amount to much. The corner grab there for Cash. You got Juicy working upfield with point man, and they'll just give the ball right back. So Moist having a lot of free real estate upfield, is punching it off the backboard and taking their look at how they want to swing.
He trying to get the 50. It leaks out to Growly, wide open net. And this is what I'm talking about, that extra effort that's required. Rezi challenging Juicy in that corner. It definitely impacted his ability to clear that ball. And it leaks out right to Growly. Easy shot, easy goal for Hogan mode, who had the lead last game as well, but Moist was able to battle back. And now almost a second goal there for Hogan Mode. Hogan Mode is right in there in this series.
Yeah. Just great patience as well to find that placement, trying to get Juicy to go to the top left. He commits. Lucky enough. A small bump. Not enough, though. Juicy, great stabilization on the recovery. His Cash, we've seen this before from his own side of the field. Juicy has to win the 50. Doesn't really do so. Back up to Scrub. Looking for the double tap off the back wall. Slows it appropriately, but Redzi will get this catch here.
And that was well done by Juicy. Juicy only had 2 boosts in the tank and was trying to predict where Scrub was going to hit it on that double tap and did so perfectly. That was not an easy defensive play, and it was high stakes as well, as now Hogan Mode getting touch after touch. Growly 0 boost, so Joyo will get there. Cash being challenged. Juicy looking for a pass up. Scrub Killer will leave it, and that lets the ball through to Joyo. Joyo just goes for the bump, and Juicy strikes out on the goal line.
Wow.
Now Scrub Killer with the block will go downfield. That was a smart play there from Joyo. Joyo had the whole defense fooled, but Juicy just missed that ball, wasn't able to get there in time.
And Scrub took resources away from Moist, so now they're scrambling just to work off the backboard. Finally, the connection to Cash from the side wall. Space to breathe here for Moist. Huge infield cut. But Joyo was a bit out of position and just kind of came his way. Wasn't ready for it as Redzi clears it. And Growly will follow in. So if you're Moist here, you're scrambling. You're really low in the tank, and you're forcing a lot of these awkward 50s on your own zone. But Scrub's still flying, looking for possessions.
Oh, wow.
Rebound, and he gets absolutely bullied at the midfield.
Oh, and it's goals like this that keep haunting Hogan Mode. I mean, Joyo gets bumped out of position, lands perfectly, it bounces off the ceiling, comes straight down to Joyo. That is not really a play that you're right up. And I just don't think Hogan Mode was expecting that quick shot. You know, usually you're expecting the ball to kick out to the corner. And so Hogan Mode giving up an awkward one there. And that's definitely going to sting, but Growly will take the shot and gets denied. Still fantastic pressure. You can see a double commit. This should be a goal, and it is. Redzi, after the double commit, pounding that ball in.
And Scrub was tracking. He was just working out of his rotation with a slow touch enough for the double commit, and Redzi capitalizes on the opportunity. This is where you want the pressure from Hogan Mode to really step up. Growly jumps out for boost, misses the grab, but he's at the midfield, so if it's a booming clear, the rotation is there. The lead again. Can they hold on to it? They had it in game 1. They let it go by. They're up 2-1 with about minute 10 to play.
Offensive possession has definitely been in favor of Hogan Mode, and they are really stretching the defense of Moist. Moist is just finding these gaps that maybe shouldn't be there, but they're finding these gaps, and they're getting a few of these goals that, you know, Hogan Mode have just let through. But now Hogan Mode has this 1-goal lead. We'll see if they can hang on to it. Less than a minute left. Hogan Mode trying to tie up this series at 1 apiece.
And you're going to have to work through your own corner as well. How many times is it one peeling off the play from Hogan Mode to get
Lovely
a boost
pass.
grab? Cash leaves it on the bump, almost flies through. You do get a demo power play here, but that is a huge win back to the midfield just to buy time for your teammates to get back off spawn. And Growly wants another big 50, so you're starting to kill some of this momentum that Moist had built up from the ceiling. Juicy around 1. No, big 50 win there, and Hogan Mode will have more lives to work with here as they try to clear out from their own side.
Oh, and Joyo is really opting to go for these aerial bumps. And it seems like Hogan Mode might be catching on. Last chance for Moist to tie it up. It's a bounce shot, and it goes in. Growly was on the goal line, and Growly must have been on empty to not be able to get there. And you look back, oh, he only had 1 small pad, and he jumped early. Joyo bounced it beneath the one, past the other. A clutch shot from Joyo, and Moist tie it up in the final seconds.
Juicy fights through a 50 to set that one up on a platter to Redzi. Off the kickoff, what a redirect. Here comes Growly, and it was so close yet so far for Hogan Mode in a golden goal opportunity yet again.
This has been a shocking game. Joyo getting faked out by Growly. Growly going for the shot. It's weak, and weak enough for Cash to get there in time, but there is that creativity from Hogan Mode coming within inches of closing this game out in overtime. Another chance for Growly. Wanted to go for another flip reset, but that was not going to work.
You can't lose those 50s on the midfield. You have to get in front and force the challenges from the back wall. Another long clear, but Growly intercepts. Restabilizes, still popping it, needs help from the team, but they are a little bit slow to the play, watching for that redirect scrub to the corner. And we'll send her back out to the offensive third. Cash cuts in quickly from the sidewall around one. Trying to work around two. Gets the boost grab, and Growly tries to clear. Back to the midfield. Juicy plays it to the corner, and Moist will have to try again.
You can see Moist. Their vision has been wonderful. They're finding each other even, when the space is limited. Looking for the pass. And then I also think that the threat of the solo play from all of them. You see how well all these players can control that ball off the wall and take it to the air, and that is a huge corner steal from Rezi. Rezi, another beautiful defensive play, almost gets the block there, but Cash did navigate it around, and that is an awkward touch from Growly. That's not the best clear, but Rezi will bail him out.
That's the second time it's been that same read from game one where he just was a little bit behind. As Cash through the corner will try to send it on its way with the dominance, but Juicy cuts in and quickly gets blocked. A hand is up, the defense is here, and they're good for it. For the moment, Hogan Mode do survive, but Moist are pressing. Cash trying to work through a 1v2. Maybe Hogan Mode will just 1v2 themselves. All right, back to the midfield. Rezi, he's trying to find Growly as Joyle slows to the back wall. And this is another clear for Moist that really kind of works out in their favor, as Scrub really has no real estate to work with here.
And Juicy got out behind Scrub and up that wall. We'll see how Moist approaches this clear attempt. Joyo around one, help from Cash. And now Cash with an offensive chance. Going for a double tap, doesn't make it. And there's another defensive demo that paid off last time, and it almost pays off this time. Rebound up to Scrub, and it's blocked by Rezi. Rezi actually hit that ball out. I think it was going in. We'll have to go back to the tape on that. Oh,
he
no.
saved his own teammate's shot. I don't think I've ever seen that this season so far, so that's a wonderful way to get Friday going, but you want that one back, and now the hunting season starts as Moist throw numbers at every single possession that Hogan Mode have. It's going to be Cash getting the call, bumps him off the play. Joyo going to play it low to the corner. It's a clean clear, but a powerful punch at that. As Juicy pops it high and Cash it back in his own corner, fighting for boost against Growly. It's a 2v2 upfield. A chance here for Moist.
And I mean, who do you blame, Spaceman? Is it Scrub's fault for shooting it at Rezi, or is it Rezi's fault for going out of net right there? I don't know. You have to take another look at it, but that was such a good play, and it was a play that we saw work last time for Hogan Mode, and they ran it back, and it worked again. It's just to have it end that way has to be heartbreaking for Hogan Mode. We'll see if they can collect themselves. If you remember, they gave up the tying goal with 7 seconds left in this game. So Hogan Mode, and this would be a devastating blow to if they end up losing.
Yeah.
You wonder if there's any chance for them to come back. They really have to win this, but here's a chance for Cash, but shut down well by Growly.
That's a big clear as well. You do get the demo to help, but they're low in the tank. Cash through the corner, he was able to find the grab. A lot to work with here. Now tracking along with Growly, but he escapes from his own corner. Can't pop it over the midfield. Back again. Moist still find ways to get numbers in front and cut down those transitions as Rezi is yet again setting it dangerously towards the back wall off the top bar. And here comes Scrub for a follow-up. Almost 4 minutes burned in OT, and nobody's been able to find the back of the net.
Oh, Rezi has space. There's a shot, another double commit as well. Rezi looking for those angles. And sometimes you know it's going to be blocked, but if you can at least get the double commit, you really slow down the rotations and prolong the attack that you can have. So I like that shot attempt, even though chances of scoring were low. Chances of possession were high, and now still on the attack is Hogan Mode. Another shot. That one almost goes in. Joyo only has a couple pads, does pick up that corner boost, but Hogan Mode, they're surging.
Every time you feel like they've made some progress upfield, Moist just come right back down with a quick counterattack, and it gets scary. Growly trying to cut in quickly. Can't get there in time. Bumped off the play. Numbers will stack on the right side of the field as Scrub has to very carefully bring this around to the back wall, but gets beat to the ball, and Growly is running out of boost. Someone's got to help him before Cash flies in and takes away possession, but it goes nowhere. Scrub at the midfield just watches this one go by. Joyo's going to get the touch and pops it over one to Juicy. Here comes Moist, looking off the back wall, but Scrub will be there and plays his patience appropriately back down to earth, and he'll get his chance now.
Haven't seen many opportunities for Moist, and there's a challenge. Juicy's very awkward, but gets back down to the ground. It's a race for the mid boost. Scrub Killer gets the demo and the boost. Growly looking for an infield pass, but it's cut out by Joyo. Now tipped down to Cash. Cash going for the shot off the backboard, almost getting it, but now Juicy will lob it up. And a miss from Growly. He'll get help from Scrubkilla. So that was one of the best chances that we've seen from Moist, and Moist still on the attack. Joyo going for another bump attempt. And nothing happens.
That's where you have to attack if you're Moist. Try to catch Growly on his own. He's struggled to meet some of that depth perception when it comes to just tracking to the backboard. We're finding those clears. Juicy through the corner, playing it high. Moist keeping that same cadence they've had before. As Cash goes to the midfield, and Growly will be the only one out. Plenty of opportunities here for Moist to get this clear, let alone reel in this possession. As they've done so, Rezi with nothing in the tank. And how many times have Hogan moved upfield with not a lot? And Growly just misses, but he recovers so well.
Oh, that was such a tough read over the shoulder off your own backboard to tip it to a safe spot. Growly, fantastic defense. That defense keeping him in. We'll have to see if they can play it here. Joyo, not the touches he was looking for, lost possession. Cash will boom it down to the Hogan mode corner, gives up possession. There's another demo for Hogan mode. Hogan mode now looking threatening. This is a lot of space for Hogan mode as well in the midfield there, Spaceman.
Yeah, Moist aren't clearing. Like, they're just trying to play it laterally. They can't get this ball out. It's constant pressure. Big win by Scrub. Big win by Scrub through the corner. Here comes Rezi. A chance for Hogan mode. The placement's not great. Rally slows it. Excuse me, Rezi slows it in the front of the box. 7:05 gone. And Growly will try to play it low. Back to Scrub. Back to Growly. There's the bump. Rezi, big stop by Cash.
Oh, Growly is playing inspired Rocket League. You know, he faked before going for the flip reset to go low. That time just doesn't even hit the ball, and that shot just off as well. Hogan mode having chance after chance after chance, coming close, but they're not able to close it out, and you'll wonder if Moist is going to be able to turn this around. They had crazy goals before that you didn't expect. They've been playing mostly defense here, but there's two demos from Joyo. Backboard bounce, Rezi on 0 boost. This game is insane, Spaceman.
This has to be the most frustrating game you have to play. There's a big demo. Does it float through? No! Big save! Follow-up from Scrub, and that is it. 7:52 on the clock. Finally, a goal lands for Hogan mode.
Oh, and Scrubkilla puts that in. But the best play and best player of the game was certainly Growly for me. Growly's creativity, even that last play, getting it on his hood, and then timing the pop so perfectly to make it awkward for Moist. Also, the defensive stop off his own backboard. I just thought Growly was fantastic. Growly truly the catalyst for Hogan mode. And Hogan mode, I mean, they came close. They gave up that lead with 7 seconds left. I was starting to lose faith and write them off, but they really did bring it back. Look at the amount of shots that Hogan mode had as well. Just, how many is that? 19 shots? For Hogan mode, that was a wild game.
Hello.
Hi, Leaf.
Hi. Is it okay if I come back and hang out?
What did you think of that, Leaf? That was...
you kind of said what I was thinking. I was thinking Growly's cracked. But I want to give you guys a quick update across this since we get the next match going here. A couple games are done after that long OT. We have Team Vitality with a 3-0 over Monaco, G1 with a 3-0 over SA, and Team Liquid with a 3-0 over Fufax DOF.
So a whole series finished in the time of that one game.
Well, that was the longest OT in EU this entire season. So
wow,
what
a stat. And I mean, it was a wild ride, Spaceman. I think Hogan mode, just like I said, Moist deserved the last win. It really did feel like Hogan mode did the work to deserve that win as well.
And there's a couple of times where Hogan mode have a chance to put that game away earlier. Their placements just weren't great, so you're looking at multiple opportunities for Hogan mode to very quickly send us to a 1-1 series as we have now. Great stop from Joyo to send it on its way, but Cash couldn't close the deal regardless. You sit here currently tied 1-1. If you're just joining us, welcome in from what was a very long OT. It's Hogan mode versus Moist. This is a big series for Moist, but for Hogan mode, maybe trying to play spoiler against one of the better teams in Europe as they find their way through those closed quals, and Rezi will just get bumped off the play and has to fall back, and Cash does the same as Moist try to put pressure on, but a good stop from Scrub on the goal line.
Joyo almost double tapped one in earlier. He gets a lovely pass up for a double tap now for Cash. Cash didn't have that on target. Joyo was trying to get the 50 and the boost steal. Juicy will get the mid in the corner. See if that's enough to kickstart that counter and gets it over one. Scrub kill, a fantastic challenge there at the midfield. Now Joyo beating Rezi. Cash trying to tip that towards net. The right idea. Scrub Killa sees Rezi upfield, but Juicy so quick to the ball. Rezi never jumped though. You saw how fast Juicy went up. Just stayed down. Joyo taking a quick touch. Did have help in the middle, but a touch would, could have been better. Gave up possession, but sometimes you just want to hit that downfield and play the boost game. We'll see if that's what Moist intends to do. Joyo, first touch over one. And Spaceman, we've seen it a lot from Joyo where instead of going for the solo play, he's just trying to get the ball behind him and boost ahead of it to go for the bump.
Yeah, and if he's not, Joyo, you were saying, James?
Well, what I was going to say is I want to see Joyo go for more shots. Just go for the play yourself. You're so good, and he does that exactly as Cash gets the pass out to the mid. Joyo's such a good shooter. I mean, and on a Dominus as well, I've seen people say they believe Dominus has the highest skill cap with how flat the hitbox is and how, almost getting scored on there, but how high you can pop the ball and how well you can use those corners to really, with just a little bit of movement, get a wide variety of angles on the ball. And Joyo doing a great job there, getting power on that shot. And I do want to see Joyo just play for the rebound. Make him go for the flip resets, go for the flip reset, double taps. Just go for the net. And then let the rebound chances come out. If the bump isn't working, just change it up. And I just love seeing these solo plays, especially on the Dominus. For some reason, Spaceman, those Dominus solo plays just look a little bit more beautiful.
Yeah, how many times in game 2 was Joyo the one really swooping off the backboard, using the Dominus, the length that it provides, and moving it downfield to try to set up? And like he said, he's done a good job of setting up his teammates and finding those rebounds. But a couple of shots that would come out from Joyo might spell success as Moist try to put another one on the board. Working it through that offensive third for the moment. Into the paint for now as Rezi will find the clear. Juicy will cut it down. And there's the pass to the midfield. Cash looking for Joyo. Oh! Back to Juicy.
And I don't know if you saw that, Spaceman, but Joyo just got Goomba stomped by Cash. He went to jump for that ball, and Cash landed right on his head.
Love when your teammates show support at the midfield like that.
It's tough, Sometimes you're just going for the ball, but if you're Cash, you're floating through space. And there's not much you can do to change your trajectory. Reset on that's so nice. Joyo doing so much work here. And you see him trying to give up the ball again. There's that lead bump play, which Joyo has been going for so much. That time he tried to dish it off to the middle, which is, if you can land that bump, it's a wonderful play. But wait. Did Juicy just drive underneath that ball? What happened on that play?
I don't know if he was expecting for Rezi to make a stop. I don't think he was prepared for maybe the parked bus approach from the back wall, but everybody calms down, and that's an open net before a big fly in from Scrub to get his Fennec in front of the ball, and Joyo from his own ceiling, still trying to stay involved on the play. Extra touches in the rebound. Growly slowing. And everybody calms down back on the blue side. This has been an interesting game 3, to say the least.
It has been, and that was an interesting play. Moist now having to play defense. Rezi infield to Scrubbin. A deny by Joyo. Joyo reading the car language of Scrub. Boosting to the shot location. Predicting it perfectly. And will preserve that lead for Moist. Final 10 seconds. Last chance for Hogan mode to tie it up.
Back to the midfield. He gave it right back to Moist. Joyo, does he play selfish here? Maybe. That's a bounce. Cash on its way. Rez is going to get the catch. It gives it right back to Cash. Nobody around. And it will touch as Moist close out game number 3, up 2-1.
What an exciting finish. And Joyo doing a ton of work that game. Just putting in the work, getting his nose to the grindstone. Getting the only goal we saw him almost score a double tap as well. He's been pretty selfless going for the infield pass to bump plays, but that last play was just phenomenal. Scrub had a look on net, and he had a lot of net to shoot on, but right here you see it. Joyo off the wall. He's predicting that shot trajectory perfectly, and that really sealed the deal for Moist.
More updates?
Yes, give it
Bring
to
him.
us.
Let's go.
Okay, well, you didn't ask. I don't know if you want them. I'm just, I feel like I'm
we don't want them.
intruding
I mean,
on
you're
your
here, Leaf.
wonderful
I feel like
hangout
it's a
time.
contractual
you know?
obligation that you give it to us.
You know, but I just trying to be nice here. Anyways, we got another match finished. K-Corp just finished their match. It was actually game 5 against Solary, which brings Solary K-Dop actually one step closer to his 1,000th game in his next series. You should be able to hit that then. So keep an eye on that into the lower bracket round because Solary did just lose. We do have PSG Tundra and Guild in a game 5 right now with 2.5 minutes left with Guild up 1 goal. So that's a pretty tight series. Guild, again, super important tournament for them right now. Yep. And BDS is actually Brazilian Williams Resolve to win their series right now. So, and then Oxygen Luna in actually a game 5 as well. Luna taking Oxygen to game 5.
That is quite an interesting series as well, just because of how high the expectations are for Oxygen, even after the roster change. You still always think in the back of your head that, oh, maybe this team can really start to go off. So we'll see how that series turns out. Major and World's implications on the line. And now we see Moist with a chance here at Spaceman to close the series out.
I mean, this is a bit of a bloodbath of a series, but if you win 3-1, it's a great way to go out, but this is much closer than what the scoreline might suggest. It has been all of Hogan mode to start in a lot of these games, and it continues the same trend here.
Yeah, and you can see a panicked clear attempt, and Joyo getting dusted by Scrub and Growly, who was my MVP for the one game that Hogan mode won. Not only did he get the demo, but turns around to put that shot in, and it was a tight little angle there. Well done by Hogan mode, and you're right, Spaceman. This series has been very close. Even that game that Moist won, they had to play quite a bit of defense, and one of the goals was just that floater shot that made it over Growly. Overall, Hogan mode has been playing rock solid Rocket League, but Moist has just had that slight edge.
Great catch and hold. Rezi playing for the ground pinch, but Joyo's been the guardian on defense for Moist. He looks for the lockout at midfield, but last resort options here for Growly from the corner. And GC will try to fly back to Growly, the infield pass. We've seen it before in the qualifiers, how good this team can be when they find each other. But Moist doing a nice job of reading those touches and getting in front.
Rezi will collect that back corner boost. Joyo wanted to go for the bump, but he also has no boost. That's going to slow his rotation back quite a bit. But nay, he doesn't even need to rotate back. Going for the bump play again. And Joyo just keeps going back to that play. We haven't really seen it work that much for him, but no, you try and try again. Maybe it'll work out. Now the double tap from Rezi, and that gives Hogan mode their second. A beautiful shot.
And Rezi gets bumped slightly, but still works through it and just sets it beautifully off the backboard for the double tap. Working through the physicality. Ooh.
And the placement as well. When you're going for those double taps and you can score on the upper half of the net underneath the crossbar, it's so difficult to do, but those are the type of shots that you include on your resume. That is how you do a double tap. Beautifully done.
Top half placement's great. Hogan mode cleaning up a lot of the mistakes they had in game 2 where the net's open on the lower half. They just couldn't close the deal. Scrub from his own side. Gets the handoff and holds it before Joyo cuts it down. No boost in the tank. Rally, the only one in front for the moment. Gets one bump. Juice takes it under. And there go Moist.
It works out. Joyo has gone for it so many times, it's bound to work. Joyo, the spear, clears the way, and Moist get within one.
At least that time he combines the selfishness with the selflessness. And you get a nice concoction of styles there as Rezi 1v1 off the kickoff. You've seen this before, but juicy. And from the thanks of Joyo yet again on defense, Moist will hold strong. Just down by 1. Growly clears it over 1. Here comes Cash. It's taken away to the corner.
Well, Cash through traffic as the third man. That was a very risky play there. If he gets dunked on, that could have just gone back into his own net, but was able to find a way around the defense. That was very well done from Cash, but now another attack coming out from Hogan mode. Cash back on the ball, has Joyo in support. Joyo didn't get the cleanest first touch. Won't be able to do much with that ball. Does get the mid boost though. This could be an attacking opportunity for Moist. Juicy doing work. And he gets the bump as well.
I mean, this is all set up because Scrub just didn't get the clear. He had to play it low, and Moist capitalized. Here comes Scrub. Joyo's going to make this easy read. And Juicy will track, looking towards the back wall, waiting for Rezi to make his move. Finally, some pressure here from Moist. Try to contest these possessions as Hogan will throw more numbers at the backboard, but it looks like Moist will be rewarded for their efforts as Joyo, a beautiful redirect from the pass. Wow, what a tie game.
Dominus connection. Cash putting that perfectly over to Joyo, and that is textbook counter-attacking play. From 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds.
That's the danger of this squad. It's a double commit, and that play breaks down very quickly. Scrub, the only one around. But a quick recovery, and like you said, 0 to 60 for Moist. How dangerous this team can be, like Cobras. They strike at any moment. You gotta be ready for it. From the corner, Juicy trying to work around, looked for a bump off the backboard. Here comes Joyo. It's a slow touch, but Scrub plays it appropriately, and towards the sidewall we go.
And that's a nice demo as well. That'll get space down to Cash. Cash getting his knee over the ball and belts it upper 90. Juicy, another fantastic pass. That was right to Cash. And then for Cash to wait and hit it off the bounce. That lets you get so much more power. And that was phenomenal play all around. And that is the difference, I think, between Moist and Hogan mode, is that polish.
It's the creativity is there. I mean, Rally played it from the low back wall. He gets baited. The advantage is there for Moist. The spacing is there. You're going to get bumped by Juicy at some point. Or Joyo. It's going to happen. That's the canon event right now if you're Hogan mode. It's guaranteed. But Rezi from the back wall will just try to clear this out and hold possession. The cut down to the midfield, the denials from Moist. Joyo in a 1v1 still gets up and fights off Growly for the spot. It's just so much to work with here if you're Hogan mode.
There's an infield pass. Juicy, perhaps expecting the rebound, wasn't able to get up high enough. This is the last chance for Hogan mode before they're sent down into the lower bracket. A challenge from Cash, infield to Joyo. That connection's worked in the past. Joyo just wasting time. Scrub Killer tries to keep the ball in play, cannot do so. And Moist win over Hogan mode 3-1, but the games were close all the way through, Spaceman.
Yeah, if you're Moist, you had to fight for this series win. And maybe that's the best way to start a Friday, to get through a really tough gauntlet, starting with Hogan mode. But props to Hogan mode for how they played. It's just a differentiation, a separation of skill, of opportunities there for Moist. But in the end, this was just all of the creativity, the spacing, and maybe the veteranness that Moist have so far against this competition.
I just think it's the poise and the team chemistry. We saw so much chemistry from all the players. Juicy had multiple amazing passes. Joyo kind of being that lead player going for the bump plays. Cash, that pass out to Joyo on the counterattack. The team play was just there for Moist. And also Leaf, I mean, I've been keeping my eye on chat. It seems like there was an upset that took place. What happened?
Well, there was 2 matches that were left hanging by the last time I talked to you. I'll give you the Guild Tundra one. I guess that could be considered an upset. I do believe that might have been a reverse sweep as well. I'll have to double check that. But Guild really needed that win. But the other one you might be talking about is Oxygen versus Luna Galaxy. Oxygen dropping that 5th game to Luna Galaxy, and Luna Galaxy moving on in the upper bracket to face off against BDS. So yeah, Oxygen has been having a bit of a rough go in the last little while here in the European region. So we'll see how their journey continues on in the lower bracket. They face off against Williams Resolve, but we got some more matches to get through before we get down to those elimination matches. We have our quarterfinals coming after the break, so stay tuned for some more awesome Rocket League.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip. He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. Hit one another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo. Gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
The games continue on here at the European Invitational of the Rocket League Championship Series as we plow on through day one. I'm Leaf, Spaceman, and James Bott joining me again for our next matchup as we move into the upper bracket quarterfinals. A great, fantastic primer, a good first match there. No one was eliminated, James, from that first match, but we do find Hogan mode down in that lower bracket now as they drop their series against Moist.
You know, that's the beauty of a double elimination tournament is you need to lose two series, you know? So after one round, it kind of makes sense that no one was eliminated.
Logically, we put the pieces together.
But yeah, I think there was a few surprising results. Obviously, that Guild PSG Tundra one is quite interesting. They're very close to each other in points. K-Corp going 5 against Solary was, I think, even though K-Corp won, a bit of a surprise. But then, you know, Oxygen losing to Luna Galaxy. I think many people favoring Oxygen there. Vitality, you wonder, you know, is this the beginning of a new era with how well they're playing to be so consistent in the European region, which is the most competitive region that our game has. It's so hard to be at the top in Europe and to be so consistently. It's just a little bit mind-blowing. But then now we get, you know, Liquid versus Moist, El Splashico here in the upper quarters. But yeah, now all these teams down there in the lower bracket on their tournament life and really season life. It's coming down to the end. So, you know, you lose one more for a lot of these teams and your season is done.
Spaceman, for a couple other teams in the upper bracket, though, their season is far from done. BDS and Carmine Corps are the two teams that people might want to keep an eye on as well, because they can clinch Major if they win their series this round.
Yeah, they can. And again, BDS, like getting that off their back would be huge. Of all the weekends for BDS to have a run to get to the grand final, look at the road they're going through. Like, it's no shade on Luna Galaxy, but BDS have everything and more in the toolkit to get to the upper semis, to get through to the upper final. Granted, they'd probably have to play K-Corp if all things are going the way they should. But BDS should have a big weekend here. Carmine, the exact same thing. We expect both these teams to qualify for the major. I'd be very shocked if we have a different conversation in 10 minutes. But everybody else, I mean, like, you're looking at the top 4 teams really in Europe, and they're all in the upper bracket. Like, Oxygen's maybe the only interesting factor here, but they've just been on the downward spiral. This is very standard so far.
Yeah, well, quick mention to Oxygen. If they lose here or their next one against the loser of Team Vitality G1, and if Vitality wins that'll be a Vitality clinching Worlds as well. So there's another scenario potentially coming as we hit that lower bracket. But for now, we're going to focus on the upper bracket. We get our next matchup coming your way. We're going to stick with Moist as they face off against Team Liquid. Now on the other side of the pitch, Moist again hoping to continue their journey forward in that upper bracket. Maybe they've got momentum now, but so does Team Liquid. Look at them coming off of a 3-0 win against Fufax Stop, and Team Liquid, they know that there's a lot on the line for them as well. They have a clinching spot, Spaceman, as well, if they can get to that third place finish.
Yeah, look, you need a top 3 if you're Liquid this weekend to get to the major. I think that's entirely doable for this squad, but maybe they're very happy that they're going against Moist, a little bit more traditional of an RLCS matchup. And for Moist, the same. They're probably happy they're not getting maybe a little bit of an unpredictable team like they might get in Hogan mode. But this is going to be a tough matchup for Moist, given how maybe some of their offenses kicked in late against Hogan mode. You can't have a slow start against Liquid, one of the best mechanical teams in the world. They will punish you. Liquid should have a very interesting day here.
Well, chat, what are you thinking here? We just saw Moist. You going to stick with them? What's the recency bias looking like? Are you going with TL? Hashtags in the chat. Analysts, what is your thought on this one? One thought. We have one collective thought. It's James. What are you picking? Who are you picking?
You know, I think Liquid is the favorite here, but I'm gonna go with Moist on this matchup.
Okay.
I think Moist is one of my favorite teams just because Rizzo is a content creator for that org, and also Joyo is one of the most incredible players that our scene has. So I'm a fan of Moist, and I'm gonna let that fanship influence my pick here. I'm going Moist.
Hey, I went with Hogan mode before for fanship, so I can't criticize you at all, Spaceman.
I'm going Liquid. I like their chances to make the major this weekend.
Yeah, I might be, James might be the one solo on this one. I think I might have to go Team Liquid on this one. Moist, as much as they got the dub, I wasn't sure if I was seeing their full potential in the last matchup here. So we'll see. Liquid barely winning on that one. I would have thought the fans actually would have been behind Moist. So cool to see a lot of people rallying behind Team Liquid now as we get another best of 5. Both these teams fighting to stay in the upper bracket. Spaceman and James, take it away.
Well, it's the El Splashico. What better way to do it than with James Bott himself? Last series, it was interesting. Let's just talk about it, right? Moist go 3-1 against Hogan mode. Sloppy defenses at times, but very good counterattacks. And Joyo and Juicy really stepped up and answered the call. Can they do the same thing against Liquid? That's the big question.
And I wonder if they'll be able to pull off those infield passes like they did against Hogan mode, because, you know, Liquid is such a speedy team. They're so fast, even at the midfield, that it really makes it more difficult to make those passing plays because they're so quick up to the challenge. Sometimes, you know, it forces you to go for solo plays a bit more. But this Team Liquid squad has just proven over and over and over again that they're a titan in Europe. And so I do think that even though I picked Moist, Liquid are the favorite here.
Qualification spots require a top 3 finish from Liquid this weekend. For Moist, a gauntlet of a run it would require. But so far, they've moved through Hogan mode. Can they do the same against one of Europe's best? A very interesting shot off the start as Liquid will hold their horses on the back line. And Joya will try to find the all clear on that front as Cash sends it towards the ceiling, and Oski finds the clear. So very quickly, a couple of opening trades, but you're looking at Moist to kind of keep that sustained offense upfield like we've seen. For Liquid, just trying to find possessions to start.
Oh, and then saw a flick attempt. A Chronic will get a touch as well. This will make it an awkward ball for Joyo. First touch out. Cash will actually help him. Atto for the 50. A Chronic will stay upfield. And a Chronic actually nabs that corner boost as well. Joyo trying to make the solo play. Does get a good rebound, but there's that challenge at the midfield. Atto making no wasted time, but a wide open net. That one didn't go on target. If Joyo throws that towards net, would have beat the defense. So an early chance and a miss. I'm gonna have to go check out the perspective right now from Cash. Cash was reversing and was not expecting such a big flick from Oski.
I mean, when are you going to expect a musty from the back line? Probably not very often. And that's what the dangers of Liquid bring to the table. Not only is just the mechanics, sure, but the creativity of this team, how they can maneuver with possession on their own side of the field. It's very different than you get from the rest of Europe, maybe against the likes of Vitality, sure, but a Chronic start, just going to try to stop the bleeding and keep themselves back up to the midfield. Has been all the possession to start here. Juicy giving it to Cash, and he'll give the 1 and 2 into the corner. But for Moist coming into this, like, what are the keys to victory going against Liquid, knowing how good Liquid are mechanically, how good they are with their spacing? What do you need to see out of Moist in this series?
I think, honestly, we'll need to see Joyo start to land those demos effectively, and then hope that Juicy is passing it out to Cash to go for some of them double taps. Because when you go for a double tap, it buys time for your teammate to land the bump and to land that demo. And that type of play is a play we see so often now. And against a defense like Liquid, sometimes, you know, the demo is the best option because mechanically, if you leave them on the field, there's a good chance they're going to make the stop. But we'll see what Moist wants to do. They have so many tools in their toolkit, and sometimes you just get in a rhythm and certain things start working until a team makes an adjustment. But so far, Liquid still looking like the better team. We saw a couple backflip musty attempts. We saw Joyo try to do it off the sidewall, but it was the shot from Oski that has resulted in the only goal of the game. And Team Liquid, they just remind you of how much of a threat each and every one of these players are.
Yeah, it's been favorable bounces at the midfield for Liquid, but it's been really good reads from Moist. Doing a nice job of just cutting down those long stretches you see often. Juicy had to make that read very quickly before Chronic got dangerous, and Cash tried to hold on to possession, but that towel, again, sent it on its way with no boost, still keeping the play alive, winning the second touch into the rebound before Joyo scoops this one up and moves on his way with the dominance. The infield pass is there out in front, just a little bit too far on the fingertips, and Oski cuts it down.
And it was the right idea, and that's a big block from Juicy. The bounce gets dunked by Cash, but you saw Moist with the right idea, but the execution, even if it's just a little bit off, sometimes it's a matter of feet that make the difference between a ball that you can score and one where you're giving up a counterattack. And now you see the counterattack coming on from Liquid. The demo blocked by Cash. Cash, the genius defensive play, wrapping up and around, predicting that shot. So Moist stay in it, but will they have enough firepower to break through this defensive line of Liquid?
Cash knew that shot was going near post. Great job getting up in front. Here comes Atao, the double tap, and of course it's good. Atao sends it on its way as Liquid march upfield and capitalize.
And then you can see a Chronic faking like he had the flip, ends up getting that little touch, and in the air, taking it off his hood was Atto. And a beautiful play. Team Liquid, I don't want to say they're making it look easy, Spaceman, but they're looking comfortable. Liquid are looking quite comfortable right now.
Yeah, they don't look like they have to work overtime to clear the ball away, to hold on to their possession. They've gotten their looks, and they've capitalized. 2-0 lead, 30 to play. But for Moist, it hasn't been a bad game won by any stretch. They've just gone up against the defense of Liquid, and granted, the counterattack is also the same. You're going to have to fight for possession at the midfield against this Liquid roster. Moist have had more than their fair share of chances, but it just really hasn't capitalized too much. Granted, it's only game one, still best of 5. Both teams in the winner bracket. Nobody getting knocked out any time here is a Chronic. We'll try to put this game away, but I think it's all done and dusted at this point. James, that's a very strong showing and a pretty easy statement from Liquid in game one.
And a bit, I think, you know, when you're looking at it, a little bit sloppy for Moist at times. Even on that final play, you saw Cash was trying to get the first touch control, and he wasn't able to control the ball, and he wasn't able to get the corner boost. It just seemed like there's a bit of a lack of precision there for Moist. You even saw like where they have the right idea. Like that play is the right idea. It's the right idea from Cash to take that off the wall and control it. But if you do it perfectly, you can even control it down to the ground. You can dribble the ball over to the corner boost and sometimes take it up the wall and start the counterattack. But he just wasn't able to mechanically execute it. And the same on the passing play as well. So a little bit of a struggle for Moist, but Team Liquid are just that good. And Leaf, I believe we got some updates from you.
Nope.
Oh, no, we don't. Oh, sorry. My bad.
It's okay. It's you know what? No, there are no updates needed. You know why? Because this series is still exciting and going. That's why, James.
True.
Because Liquid and Moist are, of course, the El Splash Go of Europe. If you're just joining us, you missed one series so far in Maine. Don't miss more. Don't be like that. But this is a big weekend for Europe. We've talked about it ad nauseum. We're going to kick this dead horse again. For a couple of teams, you have to make top 3, top 4 finishes to qualify for the major.
The only horse I see out there is Team Liquid, and that horse is anything but dead.
Oh, hit
In fact, that horse is trampling.
It's trampling.
It is trampling Moist specifically. That game one, it was a bit of a beatdown. That is Team Liquid. It's all 3 of them are a threat. We didn't really say Oski's name that much.
Yeah.
And so if Oski gets activated as well, this could be quite a lot to deal with for Moist.
That's the scary part. It's like when Oski eventually gets activated, what does the threat look like? What's the assessment here? Contingency plan if you're Moist, hope for the best, try to get back upfield, put a shot on net. That's maybe the 1, 2, 3 step you're going to have to find. Because so far, Liquid had their way in game one, but if they clean up the mistakes from Moist, you're probably looking at a different series result. Let's keep it going, a 1-0 lead. Can you build upon it? Team Liquid trying to get back to the midfield, but here comes Joyo, so threatening and lethal in the dominance in the prior series against Hogan mode. And to start, he's still finding boost in the corner.
And there you saw Juicy wanted to get the double tap. Cash battling through the bump to get a 50 as well. Tries to pinch it and does get a bump on a Chronic, but a Chronic battles back through. The double commit, now a save from Oski. You see Moist getting scrappy, almost battling that goal through. But unfortunately for Moist, the defense from Team Liquid barely holds on.
And this is where the hitbox of the dominance can be so important for Moist. Just scooping it off the backboard, fighting for more 50s. What a double tap from Juicy as Joyo tried to set it up for his teammate. But here comes Team Liquid yet again with the defense.
And it's plays like that where sometimes you can bait the double commit. And if they both jumped for that, that would have been a goal. But Team Liquid keeping their composure. You send one player up for the challenge. You keep one low. And that time it prevented a goal. So not only offensively are Team Liquid playing well and with poise, defensively also.
Now, James, when you're a team like Moist, granted, you can be as explosive as Liquid. You have the firepower and offense, the mechanics as well. When you're playing Liquid and they're kind of turtled up on defense, they're just throwing numbers at the ball and they're finding these clears. How do you break a team like Liquid down? What do you do if you're Moist other than infield passes? Is there an approach they need to change?
I mean, there's a few strategies you can try to do. One is boost starve if they're staying in net. And then just keep the ball high on the backboard to where they eventually can't get up and challenge it, and then you go top shelf. The other one is demos. Those are the 2 strats that I would go to personally against a team that's turtling up. But then also you could go for those solo plays and try to play a rebound, but I think against a team like Liquid, the solo plays, it's a lot harder to make that work. I think demos are probably the most successful strat that you can take. But there's a nice infield pass, but there we have it again. Team Liquid, they send the house, but they get the stop.
Love maybe some bumps on the goal line, but that triple commit leads way to what this has become, which is a chronic from the ceiling. And GC will make the catch. Does so nicely, getting bumped off the play and bullied for the moment. Atal just being a nuisance at midfield. Here comes Joyo, popping it over 2. Cash will get the second call. That's going to bounce off the bar. And back out to Juicy, to Cash. Oh, inside the box. It's a beautiful read, but better defense all the way around from Liquid.
This is a much better looking game, though, for Moist. Joyo masking the flip reset as long as possible. Tried to get the flip reset into the bump, but didn't have the position. Now we see Liquid calling for a pause right here. And that is kind of tragic. Good thing. But to be fair, everyone at home cannot see the call for a pause. The call for the pause came for that shot. But that was, that was a well-timed pause. Ooh. I will say that.
Yeah, Joyo's letting them know about the placement of that shot real quick. Just play till the whistle for sure. But listen, we will figure out obviously what's going on. Granted, the conversation that gets brought back down to earth real quick is of course the baseline of Team Liquid's defense has kept them in this game. They have triple committed at times, but it's worked out. Moist have had opportunities, but you hit on it a little bit. Whether it's physicality or trying to work some of those solo plays, there needs to be a balance here for Moist that we haven't seen yet in this series. And if that does come to fruition, do we see a different result here, James?
Oh, certainly. I mean, even in the last game, there were just a couple plays where that precision was just off. But I think the other thing to point out, against a team like Liquid, you're forced to play at such a fast pace that a lot of times, you know, when you're going for that pass across field, you have to hammer that ball. Like you're hitting that ball 70, 80 miles an hour to try to get it to a teammate so that they can get a shot that's even more powerful. So even if you're just a little bit off, the pace is so fast on the ball, your teammate doesn't really have time to react. Your teammate is at the mercy of the passer to put that right on your nose. So Liquid makes it hard for teams. Moist has been hanging on, and in this game, I think they've had actually a little bit more offense than Liquid, but it just shows you that, you know, Liquid is a multi-dimensional team. They can play the crazy offense game. They can play team passing. They can play demos. They can play the solo plays, but also they can turtle up on defense and really make it tough for teams. You know, Team Liquid is one of the best defensive teams out there. They're so good at shutting teams down. So it's just, you know, this is a standard Team Liquid series and a standard Team Liquid game where they're always in it. And, you know, you just don't know how they're going to approach it. But so far, Moist, they haven't been able to crack through this armor of Team Liquid.
Liquid are very good at pulling teams apart. Moist are very good at shutting teams down. We'll see how this one gets underway. Off the kickoff from 137. Resets back. We're back into it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in. It's been fun, but can it continue?
Oh,
It just might. All right.
And honestly, it's like a Greek tragedy. The pause with the ball on the goal line, you unpause, and then Team Liquid scores. If you're a Moist fan, you know, you might be tearing up right now, and if you might even be crying. I know. I bet Rizzo, if you'll go over and watch his coast. Oh, but those tears get wiped away. Joyo blasted that ball in.
Suck that tear back up. Get it back in there. It's fine. There's dry eyes across the house. You're good. I think he's happy now. Dry eyes.
Dry eyes, and you know, you got your tissue there to wipe those tears away. And it's another passing play from Juicy. You really have to highlight the effectiveness of Juicy's infield passes. Even in the last series, he had that pass down to Cash, who hit it off the bounce.
Yeah.
I love that selfless play from Juicy. I think every team really needs that player that excels in that. But now you have Oski, who gets activated, Spaceman.
Yeah, he excels in gasoline in the air, just burning the ozone and scorches the entire defense of Moist. All right. That's an interesting way to get off this kickoff. What was 4 minutes of Rocket League comes down to a pause and a 30-second spree of 3 goals.
And another goal off the kickoff. Things go from bad to worse for Moist. Juicy getting pummeled off that kickoff, and then a perfect shot. 73 miles an hour, 117 kilometers per hour. That ball was belted lower corner.
The fun part, the quirky thing about this, is that we've had 4 goals in about 17 seconds. So history says if we're doomed to repeat, there's a chance for Moist to make this winnable. Who knows if it'll happen, but you need to swing upfield, and you probably need it about now as the bump comes through. Juicy flies off the play, and Cash will have to recover back to the midfield line on the catch. That's how in front of round 1, and that's how plays it perfectly.
And Cash, he did well to dodge the bump. You saw him jump over the bump, try to get the wave dash control. Team Liquid are just too good, and now Oski, no way, he gets that double, almost gets a touch on it, but that's precious time ticking away. As Moist are down by 2, and now hope slowly fading for Moist. Team Liquid, a really strong game. I think Spaceman, looking back at this one, everything really turned after that pause. Obviously, that the shot, the viewers at home couldn't really see, but the call for the pause came out early. All the players saw it. And so, when you get that space, of course, you're going to go for the shot. So not much of a controversy there. But, from the optics of it, even just as a player, when you're going for that shot in free play and you're going to hit it, you're like, oh, that's cool, that's great. But then to turn around and give it up right away, give up that goal, and then also to give up a kickoff goal, that's got to sting for Moist.
Yeah, the call was before the shot even formulated, so it's never a question about that. But the momentum is the question, right? Like, pauses are tough. That's why you try to ice a team with a tactical timeout. That's why you have to be decisive with when you use those in a best-of-7 format, because you're trying to get the momentum to swing back. But Leaf, when it comes to momentum, when it comes to teams fighting the right angle, the right rhythm, of course that's happening throughout the bracket really here. What do you got for us? What are the updates?
For some teams, yeah. Thanks. Sorry, I was still doing some calculations on what the script was supposed to say before in that last one, and I figured out what I want to happen here. So I got BDS right now on match point, remember, with a win here. That's really good because that's a major clinch for them. K-Corp also fighting for a clinch to the major with a win over Guild, but it's actually tied 1-1 right now. K-Corp not having the easiest of journeys, even giving up 2 games to Solary before. I will say Luna Galaxy is up 5-1 on BDS right now. I just want to let you know.
Interesting.
And that is quite interesting. And also the K-Corp results. I mean, we're here, we're watching these games. Spaceman, Juicy. Ooh, there's still no clear, but that was one that got away from Liquid there. But, it's interesting not being able to watch those K-Corp games. You wonder how they're going so tight. Still, though, K-Corp, they managed to get the wins.
Yeah.
All is well, but you kind of expect K-Corp to have a bit of an easier go.
You do, but they've also kind of been a team as of late who have maybe struggled on Fridays. They've never faltered because of it, but they have certainly struggled like a phase in North America. But you also look at teams like BDS who are hitting stride at the right time, and Vitality, who's just sitting comfortably and continuing to win everything. So very interesting top 3 mix we got going on in Europe. One of the more interesting, of course, regions across the globe when it comes to just the storylines that this region has. And I can't wait to see hopefully all 3 of those teams at the major. It's going to be a fun one. But if you're Liquid and or Moist, like, this weekend matters the most for all of you. Of course, the top 3 finish for Liquid, and they qualify for the event. And has a great rebound and recovery, but Juicy parks the bus and keeps this one out.
And there's a Chronic. A Chronic is so annoying to play against upfield. He can stay in the play longer. He can get those tips to prevent you from clearing it out. He's really making things difficult for Moist. And now Oski sees Atto. Atto off the ceiling. No way, he gets the double. Trying to leave that out. A Chronic dove in, and Oski will get up early for the challenge and back onto it. Flip reset, shut down. Oski trying to just keep the ball out of the hands of Moist. Joyo around 1. Oski gets 1 small pad, but will clear it out. Oski having a few back-to-back defensive plays that have been clutch for Team Liquid to slow down this Moist attack.
And how annoying is it to have to play Oski in that offensive third right on the goal line where he's getting 2 touches, winning the second touch, the rebound to set up for Team Liquid, another swing where opportunities are there, and Liquid are marching. A Chronic doing the same and holds the line, Octane in hand, back on the pass. A Chronic will cut in and works off with the respawn from Joyo. Numbers start to split here as Moist are throwing everything they have in the kitchen sink to try to get this ball out, but Atao is just too strong for the moment.
Juicy. I like what Juicy did there. Go up on the wall, take the space, force the defender off the ball, and then march that even further downfield. That was poised there from Juicy. Juicy just trying to get a little bit of breathing room on this Team Liquid defense. Juicy right behind him and gets the corner. Oh, no, doesn't get the corner boost steal. That leaves it for Atto. And now immediately that comes into effect. Oh my goodness! You cannot give Atto boost! Otherwise, he'll use it to destroy you!
You can't give him space either. Somebody, please, think of the game. Think of the legitimacy of the defense. Evades 2 on the pressure. The reset, the placement, top shelf, $1,000 a shot, and he pays it every single time. My goodness.
That is a shot that makes you just go, sheesh.
You have to play against that if you're Moist. It's not just the counterattacks, it's the Liquid aspect of Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, when you say the Liquid aspect of Liquid, what that makes me think of is just the fact that any one of those players can make impact plays like that. That was an impact play from an impact player.
Well, you're going to need an impact play from Juicy, as he's the only one upfield. The reset goes nowhere. Cash trying to keep the play alive. Here comes Joyo. The Dominus, top bar, the demo that helps. And right off the crossbar to Juicy. The rebounds are here. Opportunities for sure. Interesting from the ceiling, but Liquid hold their horses, and for the moment, they have possession.
And they kept that horse on the goal line. And again, it's the patience on defense. You let one player challenge, let one stay down, and good comms and good rotations to not have 2 people jump. Very easy to send 2 in that situation. But in those situations where that has been a threat, Team Liquid keeping their composure. And now you can see Atto making things awkward on the goal line. Ball out to Oski. Oski going for the backboard, forcing all 3 to challenge. Atto around 1, hits it off the post. Nobody's there for the rebound, but that was a shaky play there defensively. Moist getting out of that, not because they made the stop, but because the shot wasn't on target from Liquid.
And these are back passes that normally work for Moist. They just can't get anywhere. It's constant pressure from Liquid. The corner's deleted, the midfield is locked down, and these extra touches from Atal, from Oski, that keep Moist occupied. A busy defense is a defense without time, and they are losing it now. They need a goal, but Achronic wants to put this series away. Could it be a 3-0 for Liquid? Juicy from the sidewall, going to try to keep it going into the corner, and that will do it. A 3-0 indeed. Liquid, what a way to close it out.
Oh, they made it look easy. I'll be honest, Spaceman, Team Liquid made that look easy. That was a dominating performance. But really, the only goal of that game was this spectacular solo play from Atto. And it resulted from the left corner boost, which hopefully we'll see on the replay here. You know, there was a corner boost that was left up. Atto took it and just did work with it.
That's kind of the sentiment for this squad and really for this series is the team does work. Like they just find ways to break you down mechanically, whether it's the counterattacks. And really it was Atal and Oski, the constant winning of the rebounds, the constant pressure from the ceiling, the second touches they were getting to force the commits on defense, to force the boost usage from Moist, to force Moist to stay busy on defense that just relinquish so much pressure and so much poise you would have at the midfield. And Leaf, I mean, this is a Liquid team that they need to get top 3, and so far they look like they're on their way.
Oh yeah, no, they're looking good. That's why I was kind of confident coming into that. I've been having the sneak peeks watching the team streams going on right now, and we are looking into some of them as well. Reminder, team streams across the board, so go support your favorite teams in this round right now. K-Corp and BDS are both fighting to clinch a major spot here with their wins. Vitality also has a good position for themselves right now with Liquid defeating Moist. If Vitality defeats G1 in this round, then Vitality will clinch Worlds. So they could just, with the dub here, it's in their hands to clinch Worlds for Vitality. So all 3 matches has something on the line, but Luna Galaxy's actually putting up a bit of a fight for BDS, who's trying to clinch majors.
But I mean, just thinking about the Vitality story, I mean, if you remember back to the fall split in the fall open, Vitality, they didn't even make it there. You know, there's a point where Alpha's like, oh, I don't even know how to play Rocket League anymore. Well, apparently that was bogus because now why? Yeah, I mean, now a chance to clinch Worlds here now. Really, it's been a redemption arc season for Team Vitality, and they're starting to look unstoppable, but it's also just one of those stories that I just cannot look away from.
Oh, what a shot. Follow up, okay. Off the crossbar. I like the pressure from Luna Galaxy. If you're going to keep BDS stifled, that's one way to do it. Keep Rise out of the play for sure.
Yeah, final minute, single goal here secures Team BDS a major spot.
Which is another redemption story.
Right.
BDS coming off a world championship title, and then they make a roster change. They bring in Rise, who has been jumping ship from one to another, finally lands himself on a battle cruiser. And it seems like they are finally getting these results that everybody expected. So it was not a given for BDS either. The fact that they have made this happen is a remarkable feat.
G1's currently up 2-0 in Coliseum against Vitality. Okay. It's a Friday in Europe. I can't wait.
Again,
baby.
Big one for Vitality.
Oh, there they go. Okay.
Yeah, you cursed it immediately.
Just give him time.
You're not even casting this one, and you're...
That's what we do. We're a universal constant, man.
That's just across the board.
Yeah.
Something starts going wrong, you can blame one of us.
Uh-oh. It's a... Oh. Nice placement.
And then that K-Corp one, just to give you an update, because it's not on screen right now. It is a match point for K-Corp. Guild is up 1-0 in Game 4. That potentially is the Game 5. Again, K-Corp trying to also clinch their major spot. Is Guild just good? Guild's good now.
Whenever there's just a lot of stuff on the line for Europe, guilds show up. Like, they're quiet the rest of the year, but whenever things matter, guilds like, oh, we're going to play spoiler? Okay. And then they do that. So, it could be one of those days for sure.
That's the thing, reverse sweep right before that on Tundra. And now potentially Game 5.
Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I was just...
That's the third crossbar we've seen.
Yeah,
it's been a lot of placement questions today. And granted, the teams have been off for a little bit. Maybe that's factoring in. There's 2 bumps.
Oh, Rise.
Okay.
That was the only spot that could go.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, Rise puts this top corner, and look at Mitane.
Yes.
Oh, my. The ball's just floating there, taunting. What a shot, though. And how fitting that it's Rise to score that critical goal, the player who was brought in place of extra to make the difference. And I think we can say that Rise made the difference.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And look, BDS has turned things around. Like, Seiko's been playing better. Monkey Moon looks comfortable. He always does, but Rise has slotted in nicely for this squad. They needed a clutch factor. They get that. BDS has really, really turned it around, which was imperative for their chances at the major, let alone Worlds.
There it is. Clinched spot to majors there for BDS. Vitality. 30 seconds left. If they can nab themselves a goal, clinch themselves a world spot.
On command.
If we're talking about players to get the appropriate goal, that's the one.
Oh, and look at Alpha actually getting the flip reset double in the corner at that low altitude. I mean, they are so fun to watch. They really are. It really is insane, Spaceman.
It's so, I think you're perfect. It's so fun to watch because for so long, I feel like people forgot how good Alpha was. And it really feels like he's come into his own. And I'm sure vocally he's been a leader of the comms, but he looks comfortable as ever. Zen looks comfortable on this squad. And Radosin, who had to step up his game individually, like there was no question he was forced to elevate to meet the prowess of these two. And this team just looks fun, man. Like this is the start of could be a new dynasty in the world. This team is so hard to beat. It's credit to G1 for keeping it this close, but Vitality are different.
I mean, this game ain't over yet, Spaceman.
Yeah,
that ball's still up. Now it's over.
Game before.
There we
I'm playing the script. I know what I'm doing.
With that win,
Yeah.
Vitality is through to Worlds, Leaf, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is true. Vitality. We'll see them at Worlds, and that's huge for them. I mean, just that steamroll continues on with Zen. Like, it's just, if there was any weird doubt someone may have had, it's just got to be completely erased from every soul out there.
And the thing that's also just, I think, fantastic for Vitality with a young player like Zen is now he's going to get this major experience with such little pressure. It's like the result really for the major for them. I would say if I'm their coach, it's not really as important. Just look at this as the training session for the World Championship. The World Championship's what we're going to set our targets on. So, I think Vitality really is that team to watch right now, and I think is the front runner, that lead horse for favorite to win the World Championship. But the major is going to be a fantastic glimpse. Getting to see Zen on land, that's going to be a treat.
And this is great timing as well, too, because of all the times to get Zen prepped for a World Championship. You want it at Boston. You want it at the major right before, when Vitality are starting to hit maybe the start of their peak. You get him comfortable in that environment, and like James said, you just get him warmed up and kind of prepped for focusing on Worlds. Like, this is so much weight off the shoulders of Vitality, and now they can focus on fixing whatever fundamentals they want to fix or whatever they want to fix individually. This team's going to be very scary at Boston, even if they're not, so stressed out about, we have to make Worlds.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one.
And K-Corp, with 5 seconds left, they hold on against Guild. That's going to find themselves. Okay, I did it this time.
You cannot say that. What is your problem?
Oh, no.
How many years? Hold on. How many? Spaceman,
Yeah.
I need to find out. How many years have you been doing this, Leaf? How many years?
I should know. I know.
You ought to know better.
I should know.
Oh, no. The script is getting interesting. Oh, I better not say another curse. Ooh.
The game is not over until that ball touches the ground. I thought
Say it again,
Script taught
James.
you that already, huh?
Yeah, did you not listen to Season 7, Leaf?
Yeah. Did you
What's
not
wrong with
watch? Come on, Leaf.
Yeah, no.
What's wrong with you?
I have a short-term memory loss. Long-term memory loss. I don't know what's happening.
I think it's just
Yeah,
a
you just have
memory
memory loss,
error
dude.
right now. Is this okay? Is the water okay in Canada, my man?
I'm a ball chaser, okay? I don't think.
Well, it's not over till it touches the ground, Leaf. The number 4 rule.
Yeah, it's one of them. There's a lot of rules now.
It is a built-in rule to Rocket League.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You smell
no.
toast right now, Leaf? Are you-
K-Corp, just to remind people if they can win this.
I mean, now how silly are you going to look if Guild
he loses, yeah.
scores the
dude, if it
overtime
wait, please
winner?
go 5. I want it to go 5 so bad.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God, it's going 5! I wrote the script!
Leave.
Let's go!
Oh, man. You really messed up.
Oh, man, I'm getting fired.
Oh,
I'm getting fired. Oops.
great. This is so fun.
Maybe I know what entertainment is, and I knew
Hey.
we need to go the distance.
Oh, that was crazy. All right,
Yeah,
well,
well-
now things get even more interesting for K-Corp fans.
Yeah, K-Corp's not a fan of me right now. That's for sure. That's a fan base I don't want to make enemies with. That's most certainly. But K-Corp, again, with a clinch, or with a win, they'll be clinching. But Guild is giving them a run for the money. I mean, the PSG Tundra already had a taste of this earlier on. They got reverse swept by Guild, and now Guild is giving them a run for the money. So this roster, that's what I'm saying. Is this team good now? Like, are we got to keep watching up for them, or is this K-Corp
No, don't do it.
on and off
Don't do
day?
it. It's like a Venus flytrap. It looks promising, and then you realize they're dangerous at close, but keep them at a distance. No, I think are Guild capable? Absolutely, but I mean, Guild's done this before. They've caused spoiler, but when it comes to standard regionals where there's not a lot on the line, they haven't shown up. So I think they're a very good team of meeting the moment, but I don't think this is a change of script for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they're showing, over and over again that they can make it to these top 6 type performances, but it's really beating teams like K-Corp that they're going to need to be able to do. Like the Vitalities, the K-Corps, the Liquids, the Moist. Those are the type of teams that Guild's going to have to be able to get over. And so maybe this is the time. K-Corp seems a little bit down. They went 5 against Solary. So maybe Guild can finally get that big upset.
Well, that's not a great Claire. I'll start it.
I'm glad you're. By the way, James, thanks for trying to balance out the odds.
There it is.
You brought it back to neutral.
I'm doing my best. We've been
Hard
doing this
work
for a
over
long
there,
time.
James. Thank you.
We have learned how to be perfectly unbiased and non-cursing.
Yeah, I'm gonna break that real quick.
At least you admit it. That's fine.
All I'm saying is, either of these teams had to play Optic for a World Championship. They're getting smoked. Okay, it's not happening.
They had to play Optic.
I don't know why. I just wanted to break up the neutral part of this.
Let's just start
Back
saying
to
wrong
Carmi.
things.
I mean, we are in a bit
God.
of-
Oh my God.
God. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Woo!
Hold up. I'm just writing this in the top place, so give me a second here. What a
Yeah,
banger.
That was a banger. Oh, man. And, I mean, it's tough coming off the wall like that, getting it over the defender, putting it far post. That's a slot.
We saw, Joyo do that earlier against Hogan mode in the Dominus. Like, creativity's stepping up. And we've seen more of those shots, I think, as of late. As Rocket League's evolved over the last season, it's just more and more of working from the back wall, getting your park, your placement, your second touch. More players are finding opportunities to score from than we've seen before.
Yeah, it's all about reading that defense, reading what the defense gives to you as fast as possible so that you can take the highest percentage shot and just know what, now it's getting to the point where you have to have crazy mechanics and hit the ball so hard to beat the defenses, but that's what players are able to do nowadays, so it's just incredibly impressive. And
Leaf, you okay?
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay, good.
I
heard a crash, and I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if he just died. Like, just making sure he's okay.
Just my tea.
Oh, there it is. Exotic.
Missed the keyboards. We're safe, chat.
I mean, he flew from his own goal line, wins the 50, gets possession, and just pops it over. Anybody who doesn't have Exotic on like a top 10.
And it looked like he also landed into a wave dash on top of getting the stop. I'd have to go back and look at it again, but it looked like he did hold his jump for the wave dash. Maybe you've even gotten a flip reset off the 50. I didn't see that close. I was distracted by Leaf's T.
Me too. What's happening in this game now?
How are you even making tea right now? Like, how is that
making
possible?
tea? I had already made tea
Like
and then
just
punched it
decided-
I
on.
disagree. You were quiet for a long time. You probably got up and went and made tea.
I got my kettle here.
Come back to the camera. He's just
The last
outside
time you were on
highway.
camera, I didn't see tea.
I've been hanging out with
What are you cooking? Oh, what a shot. Wait. Oh, wait. Why?
Wow, that was
okay. We gotta
close
curse it.
call.
We gotta curse it again. We need to go to OT. I don't care who wins. Just get it to OT. We gotta curse it again. All right. Carmine are so good. They are so good at Rocket League.
Wow.
They score oh my God. They score everything. And it doesn't matter
No
what
way.
happens.
Oh,
it doesn't
he's
matter
gonna
what
hurt.
happens. Carmine are gonna win this game 2-1. Of course. It's gonna be 2-1. Note it. 2-1.
No more goals.
No more goals are gonna happen.
Bold prediction.
What if they each get one more goal? Is that okay?
Leaf. Let's play a game. It's called Numbers. If someone
No, I'm not good
scores,
at those.
will the numbers stay the same?
It depends.
If 2 goes up to 3, would it be 2-1?
Did you just say it
Spaceman
depends?
predicted.
This is too hard.
Somebody scores, do the numbers stay the
He
same?
really is
you know
just
what?
a ball chaser.
Maybe.
He doesn't know what he's.
I'm going back to my tea.
We've decided to attack Leaf today. Hey, I'm gonna need Carmine to attack the defense. Wink, wink, nod, nod, nudge, nudge. Kappa, please, please. Oh, it would be so terrible if Carmine scored. Oh, how terrible. Oh, what a way for this game to go into OT. If Carmine just scored, oh, I hope they don't.
Imagine that it holds the score line all the way to 5 seconds, and Leaf says, "Oh, it's over again," and then someone scores.
Don't ruin the script for them.
Oh, there's a
Play it
big
all
boom.
along.
Oh no, how terrible. Okay.
All right. So
Yep, interesting.
Oh, how terrible.
thing-
Oh, how terrible.
I started the sentence.
You
thought
couldn't
the
even get it
thought.
out. You're so cursed that as soon as you had an utterance, it says curse.
I'm muting myself from here on out.
You better not be getting. If you mute yourself, you better not be getting paid. Your whole job is to speak. You can't do math. You're not going to talk. You're making tea
Yeah,
during
I'm getting
the time you should be
paid by
working.
Guild right now.
Oh, how terrible. Oh my, what a shot. We're getting paid by the goal here. Just keep it going. Itachi,
I'm up to
Itachi.
$4. I'm making my whole day.
the new house.
Go
is
buy a
completely
cup
paid
of tea.
Yeah, James is
All right.
paying his mortgage by the goal here, so can we please pick this up?
Oh, there's a
no.
good.
Okay.
Oh, wow! That was 0 seconds. A 0-second play. Vatira overwon the dunk from Itachi, double tap off the crossbar. No matter how bad you tried to curse Carmine Corp, somebody must have blessed them because that at 0 seconds, fending off defeat, that was an entertaining ending, to say the least.
We did our job, Guild. You got to do the rest.
I did my best.
We did
I
our
did my
best.
best to help him out.
It's up to you,
I
man.
did my absolute darndest. But there it is. K-Corp, with, as I was trying to say earlier, with a win, will clinch the major, and they've done exactly that now. And they will also continue on in the upper bracket, facing off against BDS a lot. Just got solidified in those quarterfinals, so just to reset everything, I definitely need a reset. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back on the other side with some more Rocket League.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
escape. It will take you home. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Taste your happy place. It will places that I've never been.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, the absolute worst game cursor in the world, apparently, and joining me is Lemon Kiwi and Daz. Daz, I was ruining K-Corp that last game.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to speak for the K-Corp fans. Calm down, Leaf. We need you to stop. They're trying to get things going. Game 5 against Guild is crazy, but also Guild's putting some really good shots on. So I'm actually kind of impressed from what I'm seeing from Guild and this event. You know, they might be brewing up a run, which might not be good for a couple of these teams here in the lower bracket still trying to make that major.
Yeah.
Just the fact that there's this many game 5s is stressful with, how many implications we have for majors, for worlds, and the fact, Carmine, I've been dominating for so long. They can loosen up a bit. They can chill. They don't have to be number 1 all the time. It's okay.
You tell that to Vatira.
Oh, that's true.
I don't think he's going to agree with that. But yeah, anyways, as you K-Corp moving on, they get that clinch for the major spot there. BDS doing the exact same thing. Vitality, if I'm reading this right, actually just clinched the number 1 seed for EU at the major, and they've also clinched their world spot. So Vitality is sitting there looking real nice right now, but down in the lower bracket, not so much. This is huge. As you just mentioned, Lemon, a lot of lives on the line down in that lower bracket. This is where things get really bloody, and it's only a best of 5 too, Lemon. Like that's stressful.
Yeah, it's an ultimate race. There's only 5 spots for that majors. You got Moist and PSG Tundra there in that one. A lot of worlds implications of just even a handful of points between a ton of teams from that 5th to 8th place area. So still a lot of possibilities, and it all depends on how this lower bracket goes, and especially who gets knocked out on Friday.
And actually, it's got an update too from Direct. Liquid, because all of these teams that are in the lower right now, Liquid actually is clinching the major as well. So we're getting pretty locked in already here on day 1. But yeah, a couple teams are still fighting, and specifically that matchup we're going to be watching here on stream, and it's Solary versus PSG Tundra. So let's talk about that a little bit, Daz, because Solary's chilling right now, and actually the 3rd game will be K-Dop's 1,000th game. They go to the 11th to do so. The first, though, in Europe to do so.
That's incredible. I mean, you do have to give a big shout out to K-Dop and his career, right? Like, what a long journey, 3 world championships. I mean, can't stop the K-Dop almost. Again, I was talking to the room earlier just about the fact that, K-Dop had that reign where if he made a championship Sunday, you knew he was going to the grand finals. Obviously, Fairy Peak, in his own right, world champion as well. Shawset basically put the Fennec on the map. Everybody on that Solary roster is just so full of history in the Rocket scene. They're still kicking. I mean, they win Game 5 against K-Corp. They still have that potential. Now, though, they're in a position to play spoiler against PSG Tundra, who are trying to fight for not just a major spot, Leaf, but a world spot as well. This is a must-win series for them.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They lose this, they're eliminated from both of those, major and worlds. Like, absolutely huge for PSG Tundra. Again, I think they're a pretty solid team, and they're looking all right, but Guild was on something else in that upper bracket. So it's going to be a good match, I think. You want to cheer for Solary and K-Dop because of that, that milestone for them. But at the same time, Solary's life isn't quite on the line like Tundra's is. So you feel for them a bit. Who do you guys feel for? Let us know in the chat. Hashtags down there right now. PSGT for PSG Tundra or hashtag SLY for Solary. Let's get ours on the board. Daz looks like he's still thinking. So we'll get Lemon on the board first. Lemon, who are you going with in this matchup?
I think there's just more on the line for PSG Tundra. While Solary, their season's kind of done. PSG Tundra, none of these players have been to Worlds. I think this match, just the implications mean so much to them. They're sort of unlikely to make the major. We pointed out earlier against Moist. They're a handful of points behind, but Moist are performing very well at this Invitational. But what matters is PSG, can they make Worlds? And they had a close match against Guild that they felt like they should have won. They had been performing well at the last Spring Open and the Spring Cup, while the Solary didn't even qualify for the last Invitationals. So I'm very much leaning PSG Tundra for this match.
Okay, that makes sense. Des, you ready? You want me to get mine up there too?
Get yours up there too. Why not?
Okay. I'm going to throw mine up there as the same. I'm going to agree with Lemon on this one. I think that drive, just from what I see on the rosters alone, I really like what I've been seeing from Catalysm, Ivan, and Tox. A super solid roster, continuing to get better. They're definitely going to want a bit of revenge off, as Lemon said, off that match against Guild. They're probably not happy with that. And just what's on the line for them, there's a lot there. Granted, that could cause a problem with mentality, but hopefully they pull through. It means a lot for them. What do you think of Daz?
This is tough. I am going to go Solary on this one.
Okay,
I think it's the pressure that is the biggest factor for PSG Tundra. Both teams have played. Guild played Karmi Corp, the team that sent Tundra to the lower bracket. That was a 5-game series. The only other team to go 5 games this tournament with KC has been Solary. I think this is one of those things where the pressure is going to make or break. And for me and for Tundra, they got to show me that they can really handle that pressure. So I'm going to go with Solary. Chat's with me as well.
They are with you. Hey, I think you nailed it, though. Again, this really comes down to that mental with what's on the line for this team in PSG Tundra. And again, Solary kind of cruising, might be able to have a little better mentality coming in this one. We'll find out, though. Another best of 5 elimination on the line. Daz, Lemon, take it away.
Oh, this is going to be a good match. A lot on the line for PSG Tundra, but Solary trying to go back to that prime that we know them for. World Championship caliber players. Got the 1,000th game milestone for K-Dop. Excited to see how this is going to break down.
Absolutely. It's going to be really big here for Tundra, especially how do they come out here in the opener? What is Solary going to show us here as well? You have to understand, again, Solary, not really too much pressure on their shoulders, but they still are playing really good Rocket League today. And if Tundra backs against the wall, season on the line, if there's any time you need to show up, it's right now. And sometimes they can let things slip. It'll be a true test of what they're worth, as we've already, for the opener, seen Solary start off with some good possession.
A good possession off the back wall. Just kind of drawing back those, the midfield being won by PSG Tundra. Now sending themselves up in the corner. Talks with the challenge, bumping in front of the net. Ivan left and right. Not able to just break through. Again, good possession, as you pointed out, by Solary.
Yeah, good possession. There's Catalysm on the ball there. They're trying to get that dunk out. Ivan plays it off the corner. Talks a little far back. Plays that high. There's no follow-up. Fairy Peak gets the last back because he's going to be able to get the 50. A little bit of patience here on the side of Tundra here in the opener. If your pass comes through, K-Dop's shot is going to be just off. A little bit of signs of threat. On the other end, there's Solary trying to push in. That's K-Dop's second shot and Solary's second shot this game. Good redirect, though. Fairy Peak found the back of the net. The pressure pays off for Solary.
And just with that one defender, all Fairy Peak needed was a bit of height. And that's off the tip of the car. And we expected Solary just... the amount of pressure they've been putting on right out the gates. They only lost possession for like half a second. They're able to get that first one on the board. Remember, there's a lot more for PSG Tundra to worry about. Worlds and more. Double tap. And the cleanup by Tox. Beautiful.
On Tox's initial shot chance, he was a little far back. This time going all in. That's what you want to see out of Tox here if you're a PSG Tundra fan. That increased pressure, not being afraid to get in front of the defense. It's a good equalizing dunk.
The French versus the mostly German team, 2/3 of PSG Tundra. See how this goes. Defense from Solary. Being pushed a bit there. Catalysm in the box. Waiting for his moment to strike. Bumping in front of the net, though. Back wall well protected. Still looking for the clear, though. PSG Tundra want the lead with the demo in the box. Ivan will capitalize.
What happened to Shaw's set here? Was on the back wall with 20 boosts. Didn't expect that one to roll up, and yep, instead he just tries to go up into the air, but with only 20 boosts, doesn't get that much height on it. Ball floats right over his head. It's another goal for Tundra, back to back here as they take control of the game.
2-1. PSG Tundra not even done yet, but with that kind of awkward fly by Catalysm to the back wall, they just give up possession. It's time for Solary to strike back, but needing to get on this ball. It's been good pinches now as Catalysm's back in the play. Running out of boost, meaning to give this ball up to Solary to the back wall. Tox. Good touch there. But Solary just getting real close. That's dangerous by Catalysm. 50 from Chaussette, just barely inching their way forward as that's a good clear by PSG Tundra.
Catalysm does get that double. Let's see if he can put it on target, but I'm starting to enjoy what I'm seeing here out of Tundra. Definitely increasing that pace of play. And even though there have been some decent counterattacks on the side of Solary, they haven't been able to find success. K-Dop tried to turn and put a shot on there, but that one was blocked away by Tox. Again, good job on managing the pressure, keeping the rotation safe. There have been a couple of laps of judgment here on the side of PSG Tundra, but nothing too dangerous. More pressure as Tox almost found the top left corner. Catalysm will crash the net, and Chaussette will have a free ball as he tries to get a flip reset over, blocked by Ivan.
Yeah, just tried to bulldoze his way through. Reset didn't work out, but you like the threat level, and that's threatening right in that box too, with two PSG Tundra members ready. Catalysm to the ceiling, to Tox, Chaussette the net! And it pops up to the cross, but still a goal.
Love this pinch out, Catalysm, good speed, off the ceiling again, and Tox able to find the shot. Does shoot it into Chaussette, but Chaussette, again, it's a little bit slow in that reaction time. Close is not good enough here. 2-goal lead for Tundra.
That's a comfortable lead too. After kind of that initial peak from Solary. PSG Tundra, midfield, good demo from Chaussette. See if they can break back in. K-Dop and Fairy Peak need to work together, but in the air, PSG Tundra, just another B shot with so many defenders. Chaussette saves it at the line.
Yeah, you can just see that confidence coming out of PSG Tundra now. In the opening part of the game, they were a little kind of slow in the rotations. They're being careful. Now they realize, okay, this is, we have everything. We're beating them to the ball. We're finding each other in transition, and we're putting on really good shots. And so far, that's been something that they've just continued to keep that in line. A minute remaining. It's up to Solary now to really force the issue. Another chance there. Catalysm, does he have it? He got it. Off the back wall to himself, and then played it right into the defender.
And when PSG Tundra win these challenges in the midfield, it's easy to transition to that orange side. They play the walls carefully, and Solary just don't have those rotations ready. They're not ready on that back wall. And PSG Tundra, 4-1. It's really all she's going to be ready for game one. But Solary, they had that first goal, but then had the drop-off. Just not able to be as physical against PSG Tundra.
Yeah, physical. You talk about that. There's a demo on the play there as well. Ooh, Chaussette in a tough spot. It's a good save out. Fairy Peak will get the clearance downfield. We're seeing a lot more goal line saves on the side of Solary. Play it out here. Final minute. Tox looking for the read. And I think he has some help there on the play. That'll be a hat trick for Tox. His third goal. Yeah, PSG Tundra's 5th of the game, and oh man, K-Dop tried to get a save instead. Solid redirect though. I'll give him credit. It's a good shot.
PSG Tundra again are beating Solary in the midfield, beating them to the back wall. These offensive plays are being set up and executed almost every single time by PSG Tundra, who just needed a bit of that warm up, that bounce back. Here's the bounce off of the wall, and just not something that Solary could capitalize on. But the last 10 seconds, they're going to let their foot off the gas pedal and think about game two.
Yeah, at that point, you have to. It's about making the adjustments here. Speaking of adjustments, you have to give credit to PSG Tundra. Game one victory here. It's not just the fact that they took the first game, which they needed. You know, you got to talk about momentum in a lower bracket run, but it's the way that they did it. First goal was scored on them. They saw, again, some counterattacks working really well for Solary, and that initial goal from Fairy Peak. They decided, okay, let's just try to increase the speed, increase the pace of play. It worked out really well for them. Obviously, you see it on the replay. That initial touch there for Fairy, but then again, Tox not being afraid to get into the air was, again, phenomenal game out of him. Of course, every goal from PSG Tundra assisted. They're finding each other in all these plays. Someone is getting involved in the front to open up some space. You love to see that.
And you can already see it in the shots, just who was dominating most of that space. When you have 10 shots to 5, you're doubling those opportunities. But when those opportunities do happen for Solary, I'm feeling like they can connect. The way that Fairy Peak was playing that deep, almost ready for that pass. They can communicate, but they just need to not let these mistakes or just being down for the count really snowball in their heads like that. We go to game two, though. See if PSG Tundra can go all the way, because remember, a lot more on the line for them.
And jump. Okay, we got everybody into the lobby here now. Just like you said, game 2 on the screen. PSG Tundra in a position where 2 games away from keeping that run alive. They have to continue to push forward. The biggest question is going to be, will Solary make adjustments, especially in the midfield? That was where they were lacking the most. Getting beat in the midfield led up so many opportunities for PSG to really get in front of Solary in that offensive box. And once they had that control, I mean, the defense was not pretty. So cleaning things up on the defensive side, stopping the bleeding, and then, of course, controlling that midfield so they can set up offense. Maybe a chance here. Chaussette tried it. Ivan, though, great save out. And Tox, another touch to get the clear. Look how quick these counterattacks are coming out of PSG.
Oh, yeah. Solary really being tested at this moment. Already having that quick offense. Defense holding strong for PSG Tundra, but the rotations clean for Solary, and off the back wall, double commit, opens up the net. K-Dop still can't find the back of it. We're left with a 0-0 game with, feels like the pace of play increasing as tensions build. As Solary with firm control, Ivan with the 50, drops down to Catalysm, 2 in the net, Fairy Peak, initial challenge, show set recovery, trying to make that space. Tox and Ivan working together. And this is back and forth.
Yeah, you're starting to see some of the clears come out, but again, better midfield showing here in the opening minutes on the side of Solary. They haven't given up too much yet. They'll still, though, here they go the pass. 1-2-1, Ivan with that pop-up. Just trying to see if he can catch somebody up, maybe get a play off the back wall. Solary, good job at denying.
It has been just denial after denial. Tox, PSG Tundra with an offense. They'll be missing Catalysm, so just have to buy some time. Tox also running out of boost means that PSG Tundra have to fall back for resources. Still going for demos, Joe, just to make sure that Solary can't do anything. Catalysm to the back wall. Tox with the shot. Ivan with the follow-up. All 3 involved and all 3 execute.
So much space given to Catalysm. Played it high, forced Chaussette out. K-Dop had a ground pinch, but he was straight in front of Ivan, who shot it right at him. K-Dop's car couldn't even hit the ground. It was directly on the hood of Ivan, who, again, made things work there. K-Dop gonna try to see if he can grab one back with the double, but Ivan is there to stop him again.
What a pinch from Ivan, just getting there at the last second to deny that double tap. Here is that midfield, though, for PSG Tundra, just dropping this off. Coming right back, though, with Solary fighting in that corner. But up in the skies is PSG Tundra is so quick to get this ball away. And with that demo, you have a 3-on-2 for PSG Tundra. They can move up in this real estate, but Solary find themselves with their backs against the wall. Dangerous challenge there. 51 by Solary to deny this. K-Dop to the cross, the upper 90. How does this defense keep doing that?
What the heck was that? Tox pinch off the bar. Said, no, you are not going any further to the ball. Gets cleared all the way downfield. And just like that, the offense has been very good out of Solary, but the defense has just been better on the side of PSG Tundra.
Yeah, the way that they have these miracle, like jaw-dropping pinch saves in the net. 3-on-2, finally some physicality out of Solary, but you know, you need the ball to score. So at least they'll try to rob Tox of that, but Tox and Ivan work so close together in the box. This crosses over. Tox wasn't ready in time, but 1-0 for PSG Tundra with less than 2 minutes left. It's an open net!
K-Dot, Chaussette, both upfield. Here, you see it right here after the clear from Fairy. They're in the same spot. No one was expecting that shot from Catalysm to be on target. And boom, he just caught him out. They're so ready to get on offense, and you can probably see it from a little bit of frustration setting in. K-Dop has 5 shots this game. Fairy has 1. Chaussette doesn't have any. He's at 74 points. And they've had good opportunities. Demo's out in front. That one was free for K-Dop, but he backflipped on the play. He couldn't put a shot on there. And the frustrations continue from Solary. They're down by 2, 1:30 to go, and they just cannot get anything going offensively.
Ooh. At least able to deny that, though, from PSG Tundra. Yeah, with the few opportunities that Solary do have, you need to just have perfect execution to the back wall. Doesn't seem like PSG Tundra are approaching, not wanting to extend him really give Solary any gap to work with. K-Dot, but no one is in the box. No one's in the midfield to push up. Solary way too deep to play off of that beautiful setup. We're back to the orange end with not a lot of time for Solary as PSG Tundra just got to sit back and hold on to the lead.
Just sitting on that wall. Again, looking for a way. If Fairy Peak was trying to grab a demo on the play, he's still in the play. Tries to get this out towards midfield. The Catalysm, again, another cutoff. These cuts have really been a problem for Solary to get involved with. It's just, again, PSG Tundra's great read of where the play is going to go, what Solary are going to do with the ball. They've been reacting very well, and it's been all them for the most part. 20 seconds remaining, and they show no signs of letting this go.
At least Solary can make it to that blue half. I think that was a difficulty of theirs in game one, and now that they're there, it's figuring out these passes. Shows that beautiful bump in the net. 8 seconds left. Gotta hold on.
May have spoke too soon. This one, K-Dot. Great pass to Fairy. Fairy with the pre-flip to get there in time, and Chaussette says, I'm gonna take out Tox. We are getting one here in game two. Can they get another? 8 seconds to go. This is a big kickoff.
Big kickoff. Catalysm versus Fairy Peak. Now into the blue end. This last play, dropping down to K-Dot. Popped up by Tox. Is going to follow along with it. Has plenty of boost to make the space. It's brought right back to the blue end. But PSG Tundra hold on and go to match point.
And you saw it there. Almost a chance. K-Dot with that last shot. Tried to play it a little high. So see if he could bring out the defense and set his team up for an open lane. Just couldn't do it. And now K-Dot is going to enter his 1,000th game in a tournament match point. There's also been other Rocket League going on in this round. We got to bring in Leaf. Leaf, what's going on?
Yeah, what do you want to know? I got the deets. I got them right here.
Is there any spice? We got some spice?
Yeah, not entirely. Well, taken potentially getting taken down by Monaco. Big for Monaco, of course, and SUP, because both those teams eliminated from Majors and Worlds with a loss there. So one of those teams will be disappointed. Match point for Monaco right now. Williams, Resolve, and Oxygen, I think maybe just finished an overtime. They were looking to try to set another record for the European season, so we did have that record set today. And then Hogan mode, Fufac Stop, they're 1-1 right now in their game 3. And reminder that both those teams, that is Worlds and Major, gone with a loss.
Oh, it's getting spicy. Obviously, first things first. First of all, Lee, thank you for the update. As we get into game number 3, you have to say congratulations to K-Dot, win or lose, 1,000 games of Rocket League. Absolutely incredible. And again, to be able to do it, to be able to be in the game for this long, you have to, pay the respect there. That being said, let's see if he takes this game underway. Right now, PSG Tundra trying to close out the series. Solary trying to fight to keep their tournament and their season run alive.
Yeah, you got to go out with a bang. And maybe that'll be the luck that his team needs. As Solary already had to prep up a defense, not being drawn out too quickly from their end. They got to figure out, even though they were able to outshoot PSG Tundra in game 2, it's just the mechanics that faltered when the pressure built up to that moment. So Solary can't be playing scared. They've been stuck now in this orange half for a little while. Looks like they're going to keep being stuck.
Yeah, it's been really tough for them to be able to get out. Even looking at Tox, he's trying to see if he can make something happen there in front. And good touch there from Ivan to try to set things up. There's Chaussette sending it over to the side, and Catalysm getting that nice light touch. Still more control over PSG Tundra. Will they be able to find the back of the net? No! Blocked out by Fairy Peak. Tox to try to keep this in, looking for more. Can he get the read off the ceiling? Fairy Peak is there once again to push it down in midfield, but this is like a chokehold the way Tundra are controlling the space. Ivan got it! Low and slow is the play. The off-speed play works, and Tundra strike first.
And PSG Tundra are setting up camp. You got one going for demos, one going for bubs, 2 playing the front line. I mean, PSG Tundra are hammering this home. It's about time for the past 90 seconds that they've been here that they convert. As Solary can breathe a sigh of relief. You got the kickoff to reset that mentality. You got the ball, you win against one, but 2 other defenders standing in the net.
And look, right there, just right back in where they left off. Finally, though, K-Dop's going to be able to clear in some space. It's going to be important for Solary to kind of break out of this chokehold, see if they can set something up and finally show some success. So many shots last game, I believe almost 10 on the side of Solary, but they couldn't find one goal. They need to find one now. The clock is ticking against them.
Yeah, Solary down for the count to Tox. Dangerous pass. Showset has had so much pressure to defend this and is able to put up a number of saves, but not the number of offenses that Solary needs to come back. And that's back wall unprotected in the box. Fairy Peak will just pop it up. Out of sight, out of mind. Ivan setting up for a shot. Another deny. How long can Solary really hold up for?
Fairy Peak flip reset. Does he have it? K-Dop got it! K-Dop strikes it. It's a thousands game to tie this one up off the assist from Fairy Peak. Beautiful flip reset to give K-Dop some room.
And say we got a tie game. Solary able to claw back, at least with plenty of time to spare. PSG Tundra, though, have been the better team in this series. They can't be tripping up at the finish line. It's a 50 that stalls, and it's the right post that's found. Tox can't clean it up. And Solary can't even counterattack to kind of punish this overcommitment. As shot after shot, PSG Tundra finally convert.
They are not letting up, and they're not making it easy. Look at that. Tox was up so early. Great redirect. Able to recover, put a shot on. Just had the defense in the palm of his hands. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go. PSG Tundra back in front. They are trying to close this series out here.
It's only a small lead, but Solary have had their backs against the wall physically just this whole game. And now you're just leaving the ball to Tox and Ivan. Solary just can't be watching this develop where they're going to lose and going to the back wall. Solary are denied again. They'll fight through the corner. The chance for Showset, who's just too slow to the pitch. And wow, what a shot from Tox.
I mean, look at the counterattack. Look how deadly it is. Popped up. I don't think anyone even knew Tox was on that back wall. Beautiful, great redirect. I may have over-exaggerated the bang. It wasn't that much speed to hit the ground. Whatever. He's there, he puts Tundra in front, and he really puts the pressure on Solary to perform. 1:36 now on the clock. They got to get something going now.
And the passes from Solary have been there. They're just denied because they come in so slow, and you need to slow down the play to just find that accuracy, those mechanics that we know Solary for, but just not able to. PSG Tundra just kind of dangling them too, able to use the back wall. Shot from the midfield. Tox with the demo, gives back control to PSG Tundra. Solary only have 60 seconds. They're getting close now to the blue half. They are threatening the net left and right. K-Dop slowing it down, but can't slam it home.
That clear going to kill so much time off the clock, and this is exactly where PSG Tundra wants to be. In control, ball on the orange half, and saying, Solary, you need to come to us. As Solary really had a good drive, but look, double commits galore. Catalysm still gonna get there first. The dagger in the game, 4-1, as PSG Tundra just out pressures Solary.
This defense too has so many daggers into it. Solary has just been bullied this entire game. The amount of saves that they have to put up, 7 of them, especially Showset, who is usually reliable but can't be doing it all by himself. They're just passive. They're watching PSG Tundra do whatever they want with this ball. Fairy Peak finally there first. They got the clear, but an offense that just dwindles as Fairy Peak, very soft, gentle challenge just to get the ball away, but not really regain the possession for Solary.
Ooh, cleared outfield. That's going to get sent away. Doesn't matter at this point. Wait, I might have spoke too soon. K-Dop's going to get one with 7 seconds left. They're going to need a miracle here off the kickoff, but Showset with the assist. K-Dop to the top right corner. He's going to give them maybe some room to work with.
Oh, 7 seconds. It's all down to this. PSG Tundra.
K-Dop flick.
Needing this. Oh, a flick of fire. 3 seconds away. This is possible. I did not think so, but it is.
That's insane. They sent 2 on the kickoff, killed the ball. K-Dot with the initial flick over, even though it didn't go in, it left the defense in a tough spot. And follow up from Chaussette. Really big kickoff now. They need this to work out in their favor. Everyone goes up forward. Balls, no, it's going to hit the ground. And Tundra will close out the series in a sweep as they keep their major world hopes alive.
And it was dominance in game 1 with that 5-1, needing Solary to just become more and more aggressive in the game 2, which they were able to go to the blue end. Generating a threatening offense was now the next goal on their list. And Solary did just that in game 3. It took till the second half until they produced that kind of offense capability. Whilst PSG Tundra didn't really have to change anything. They were just a better team this series.
Yeah, they were. They had everything going for them. Of course, Solary was already eliminated from Major and Worlds contentions going into this event. That being said, though, still one of those things where we got to, again, watch K-Dot play in his 1000th game of Rocket League. Things you'd love to see there. But PSG Tundra, they got Moist next. They're looking good so far. They kind of elevated going into this matchup. It'll be really interesting to see what they look like going up against Moist head-to-head, but we still got more Rocket League to go as this round is not finished.
Oh man, this is 2-0 for Oxygen against Williams Resolve. Game 1 for Williams too, so we're going to see a tie series as this ball lands on the ground soon, and good for Oxygen. They kind of need a good bracket to go their way.
Yeah, they do. Oxygen Williams is definitely going to be an interesting one here to kind of check out. Williams taking the first game, not really too surprising. Like, there's a lot of talent there. Oxygen are definitely the favorites going in. And then, on the other side, we got Brogan mode. Wait, they're playing Fufax Stop still. And I think, yeah, this year's tied 1-1, but now this is a tied-up game here. And, oh, no, Scrub can't find the corner. They got to rush back. I'm predicting a Hogan mode win. I'm letting everybody know right now.
And you were saying in first touch that you got a lot of those predictions going your way, right?
Yeah. We had our own prediction bracket, and this is kind of on par with how everything's going here. I think we had, we had most of this. We only missed like one match in the upper bracket, but now we're here in lowers, and this is where things kind of get really tricky because next thing you know, people start to turn up when the back's against the wall. I think we had Monaco losing to Sa, and I think that already happened. So, well, Monaco ended up beating Sa. So, but it'll be interesting here. Minute 25 to go. I want to see who's gonna be what's the kind of impact right now. I'm seeing definitely a lot of field presence on the side of Hogan mode. A lot of control. Things you'd love to see from them. Oh my God, wait, they got 2 in the air. Wait, that worked. I guess they sent 2 and it works. Growly is gonna put it in the back of the net and Hogan mode are in front. Why did I ever doubt him?
I like how the Pepe Frog in the top right too changes its emotion when things are going bad or good. He was just like so angry, and then they score, and it's all of a sudden happy. I love to see it. Leaf, how are your predictions going? It's been kind of a wild first round with how many game 5s we had.
I don't predict Europe. I mean, I have to because we have a graphic for it, but I don't know. All I hope is that Hogan mode makes it through. That's all I'm betting on here. I do want to let you know that unless I did already, the Solary PSG Tundra match is done. The Monaco sub match is done with a 3-0. And there it is, the Williams Resolve Oxygen one. I wanted to talk about Oxygen a bit though, because like I've talked a lot about Hogan mode. Are we concerned about Oxygen at all? I feel like they've just consistently had some problems.
Well, if you want my opinion on it,
yeah,
I didn't really have Oxygen doing that well going into the split personally.
Okay.
So it's not surprising to me, but I think other people did, and yeah, I would say be a little kind of concerned here. They need like one of those miracle runs. They're going up against a Williams Resolve team that is already taking a game off of them and can work when they have the confidence. But one thing I noticed from Williams Resolve when they take their losses is that sometimes it's just them playing the game too fast. They get a little a little antsy, and then that causes just some issues down the stretch. I'd say on paper, Oxygen is a better team, should win this series, as that's right in front of the goal line. Oh gosh, Flame. Great.
I guess I had Oxygen doing okay. Like this bracket, I don't know. I'm not as down on them. They got top 6 in the Spring Cup, and they had to go to Game 7 against Moist. So maybe I was a bit higher on them. But yeah, going 1-1 against Williams Resolve. Maybe we'll wait until this game ends before figuring out if Oxygen are doing well or not.
And we did see Hogan Mode getting the dub over there. They're off against Guild, who's looking pretty hot right now. I know they're in the lower bracket, but Guild's looking like a formidable roster, and Hogan Mode will face off against them in the next round, which will be played today. We have one more round after this one, and Williams Resolve Oxygen. This is our last round of our lower bracket round 1. And I'm just checking here, scrolling all the way up here. Oxygen, okay, yeah, with Oxygen with a loss, I believe is not eliminated from Worlds, just the Major. And then it's Williams Resolve that with a loss is eliminated from both.
Yeah. Because Oxygen, again, making the fall and winter major. So still having a lot of points. I think it really just depends on other teams that make it. Oh my God, Breezy, that was clean. Like, look at this again. Ball out in front, look, off the ceiling, let me get that. Let me get a flip.
Oh.
Let me get the dunk too. Give me it all.
Hey, wait, who's that? Oh, it's a hootie who. Oh, and we got to listen in down on the field? Let's head down there.
Great first touch from Archie. Ixo on the clearance. Finds Archie to the sidewall. Now Oxygen looking to set up some offensive presence. Dorias works his way past all three, still has boost to work with, sends it down into the box, and it's blocked away. The shot, once again blocked by Flame. Ixo with a dunk over Noah will keep this alive. And Breezy, the diving clear from the backboard will be enough. And the bump on Joriez. Gonna slow down the Oxygen press. Archie with a nice pop. First touch is good. Looks for the air dribble bump, and it's not gonna be enough. Breezy up over the top. 1 minute left to play. Noah up off the ceiling. Breezy dives as last, and that's going to leave the net wide open. Great play from Oxygen. Spotting an opening. Archie just needs to pop it around that oncoming third attacker. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not a pause. Don't do that to us, please.
Hootie who didn't like that? I guess no one really likes a pause at the end of the day, right? It means we're not watching Rocket League anymore.
Yeah, I just gotta feel that.
Also, also, on a match that means so much, too, for both these teams. I mean, any extra break you get in momentum is just like, that can hurt, right? I mean, that's the whole reason the timeouts exist for half the teams is to get a break, stop momentum, try to ice the other team. So when a break comes in like this, it can disrupt everybody's momentum if no one's expecting it. So I could definitely change the tides for the better, for worse, for either one of these teams. But Oxygen, yeah, again, Daz, you were saying you weren't expecting too much from them. I just feel like for me, maybe I shouldn't have, but it's just like I don't know. I still look at these players, I look at that brand name behind it, and I still feel off that they're continuing these scenarios. Like, I don't know if it's just, again, I'm behind the times on how it's been changing in the region here, but it just feels like as a team I would still expect to be in a top 8 consistently.
Yeah, like I said, on paper it makes sense, right? You have Archie, Jorius, Ixo, even Snasky coaching. Like, that should be success on paper. But you go back to the Spring Open and you see they're not really looking good. The rotations were really off. And you could tell in the Spring Open, okay, they're going to spend this entire split figuring out how to play together. When you know how things go with Major, with Worlds, with how these points fluctuate, that's not what you're looking for into spring. You're looking for, we need to make a world's push. Everybody needs to be locked in. And it really, to me, hasn't been that. Now, of course, I'm going to give it credit because of the roster swaps and everything like that. They weren't necessarily put in the best possible positions.
Yeah.
But of course, they're not doing themselves any other favor. Backs against the wall here, and yeah, they gotta work.
At the same time, you got Hogan mode. Just kind of like says, "Yo, you guys want to play?"
Right.
And then they pop off. So new rosters can work out.
Oh yeah, I think it's just mentality difference though. You know, Hogan mode's not coming in saying we got to make the world championship. Hogan mode is just like we're just gonna win and just play and
let's play some Rocket League.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
different levels of perspectives, different pressure, but Oxygen still. I mean, I'm saying what I'm saying for them right now. They are still performing here.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of individual talent on Oxygen Esports too. When they also added EXO was when I started casting RLCS, and they came out the gate swinging. They were a really hyped team, just like from the Gamers 8. That was like my first time casting them, and I thought they were on that come up and on the top 6 in the last Invitational. It was great to see, but this is an OT and a tie series, so it's really tense against Williams Resolve.
Well, you know, overtimes are always fun. So let's get down to the field and get the energy. Let's get Hootie back on the screen here.
Bounce from the corner. Fantastic read from Archie. Follow-up shot from Nowasaki. Ixo unable to make contact. Joriez will clear it away. Ixo trying to slow this down in the corner. Joriez waiting. Far post. Oh my word. The dunk does come across the face of the Oxygen net. Ixo unfortunately dodges away from the ball. Archie up the pitch. We've left Joriez on an island by himself. Woo! I'm starting to get nervous. I don't like these touches defensively. Ixo with the clear will push Resolve back. Ixo and Flame. The double demo and a total whiff on the shot. Nerves have to be playing a role here. Oxygen understand the pressure of this series. 1 minute into overtime. Nowasaki sends it across. Ixo back across. He will find Archie. Pops over one. Breezy with a mistouch. Flame back behind him will bail him out. Joriez to the backboard. Looks for the narrow angle double. Ixo opts for the boost. Demo. Flame sends it to the side. He's got little boost to work with, but he will send it into the corner. Ixo's clearance finds Nowasaki in the midfield, who's also on 0. Breezy able to keep this alive. Flame knocks it central. Breezy steals the boost. So the reset, he's still got some to work with. Flame shot and Joriez there. Will send it away. Another shot, top shelf. Blocked once again by the Oxygen defense. Archie this time will keep it out. 1:53 into overtime. Oxygen surviving some close calls. Need to break out of defense sooner rather than later. Great first touch from Joriez and the reset. He's there for the dunk to the backboard. Ixo there for the shot, top right. Oxygen secure game 3 in overtime.
All right, that's one more for them. Again, Williams Resolve backs against the wall. This is Major and Worlds on the line for them now as Oxygen goes up over the match point. But Oxygen, again, I think, in my opinion, has the bigger proving point, as we were just talking about, when it comes to the brand name of the players, of the org, of this team in general, and what their results could be. This is extremely important, in my opinion, whether or not they're going to be eliminated from Worlds, to be able to get a win like this, Lemon. I think it's just when you have had results before, not having them can be a little demotivating.
Yeah, but at least what's motivating is I actually got to watch the women's team for Williams Resolve, which just made me think about them and how fun DreamHack was at the Rocket Clash where Williams Resolve got top 4. So can they kind of channel that winning top 4 energy in this bracket?
They're not using it right now. They absorb it. Bring it over here.
Yeah, you got to bring them over. But hopefully the Williams Resolve ladies are here cheering them on. It's an important match point for Oxygen.
Yeah, this is, again, both these teams have got to be feeling, like I would not want to be in either one of their positions.
Yeah, this was definitely interesting here too, because Williams Resolve, obviously, lose here, you're eliminated from Major and Worlds. On the side of Oxygen, you lose out on Major, but there's still a World Championship on the table. So still plenty of time to kind of get things together, but you still want to have a good showing. You don't want to go into the World Championship or potentially World Championship wildcard. I don't know if they've clinched main yet, but you don't want to go into that with a feeling of, wow, we can't even win here, in the regional events. How we're going to do well in Worlds? Obviously, obviously, I would assume they have a better mentality than that, but it just doesn't. It kind of lowers the stock of them going into it a little bit. So they would have to really make a lot of kind of improvements. Still, though, they would have the time to do so. So, and yeah, they haven't clinched Worlds yet, but they are looking pretty safe right now. So,
yeah,
we'll see how things develop.
No, yeah, that really is the biggest thing too. Is like just because you end up being safe, for like a world scenario, it's like, okay, if we're performing like this now, are we just going to perform like that at Worlds anyways? And that's not something you'll be looking forward to. So cleaning things up now is still extremely important for a team like Oxygen. Like it's as you said, it's just you need the results all the time if you want to be one of the best in the world.
I'm getting Game 5 vibes already. Williams Resolve was just throwing shot after shot at that net. They're up 2-0 with only like a minute that has gone by. Now they're demoing Oxygen, so Williams Resolve want this Game 5 bad.
Oh, no kidding. I mean, match point. You got to start throwing everything out. Oh, like elimination from Major and elimination from Worlds.
Oh, goodness.
You just give everything.
Oh,
another one.
That's awkward.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh man! Look at Hootie.
Look at Hootie's face. He's like, what's going on?
Hootie! Oh, I knew he wasn't gonna like that one, Hootie. He's the ball dangling in front of the goal line. The pause comes out. He's sitting there like, "Come on, man! That was the best chance." It was looking a little awkward too, because one of the things I wanted to say in terms of that game specifically, they're up by 2. I saw a little bit of that antsiness. Noah Saki threw himself out of position. He was third man back. They started scrambling. Could have been another goal there. Next thing you know, it would have been a 1-goal game with 3:30 left, and it could have shifted there. So I don't know. We don't know what happened with the pause, but that is what it is.
That could be the strat though right now. For as I said, for Williams Resolve, what I was starting to say is at this point when your back's against the wall, you just have to start giving everything. I mean, it's match point. You lose this, you're done, right? So you just kind of start doing some crazy stuff. And sometimes...
like paying off the refs.
Yeah, right? I mean, you lose the inhibition. You start taking the risk. You start doing things that the team's not prepared for. And sometimes you start getting goals. And they are up right now.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of which, chat, can we press 1 if we think Civical's controller was the reason of the pause? I just want to see something real quick.
What the...
Oh, my God.
I don't know.
Why are you throwing him under the bus? They already throw him under the bus. They already do this without our help.
Big shout out to everybody watching the Twitch chat right now. Yeah, surely, we'll call Cypical up and we'll try to get that controller fixed as soon as possible. Now, going back into this matchup here specifically, the pause actually kind of helps out Oxy because it gives them time to talk things over. Like you said, let me keep it. There was a lot of offense coming out of Williams Resolve really early. They were striking, and they seem to have some of that newfound confidence. For Oxygen, definitely has to be kind of managing that kind of pace of play a little bit more. I want to be able to see them kind of find each other, though, in terms of just being able to set up more passing plays. Maybe even if they can't set up passing plays, then to buy someone some room in the midfield to show more of individual mechanics, because all of them are very incredible with their individual mechanics. They can pull out 2 defenders if they have the room to, but we haven't necessarily seen that. You got to give credit to Williams Resolve for being really aggressive on the challenges, but that could change if somebody can get some space, or maybe if they get a little faster on the field.
Yeah, if Williams Resolve can even come back in this series too, they seem like to be in a good position to force the Game 5 and needing kind of that comeback, right, Leave, after Spring Cup didn't go their way, top 12 at Spring Open. It's Williams Resolve needing that deep run. Whether it has implications or not, it's just needing to have a high score to beat.
Yeah, I think the scenario between these two teams right now, if we're looking at the overall of it, is Oxygen, in my opinion, comes out on top. Again, like this is a team that that I would expect majority of the time to be winning a matchup like this. But at the same time, we've seen great things from Williams Resolve. And now they do have, as I mentioned before, a little bit of that potential upper hand if they can go in without the inhibitions, play the game, have fun with this. As scary as it is to be eliminated from Major and Worlds, but just go in, have fun, and say whatever. It's all or nothing at this point. That really can help. I mean, I still call it the take 3 effect. But back, like it's when you go in not caring, and all of a sudden you do really well when there's no expectations. If they have Williams Resolve has too many expectations on themselves for this matchup, I think that could be detrimental, in my opinion, to the mental, because you hold yourself back, you play a little more reserved, and clearly that hasn't been working when you're sitting at match point. So I want to see them just send it lemon.
I think that mentality is really important of what you said, of just kind of loosening up, having fun. Because Daz, you remember at Serial Worlds where you did a number of these interviews where you were just asking about the land pressure, which obviously is a different environment than this, but just going into the match, the type of mentality a lot of the teams had. And I want to say the European teams on day 2 and 3 definitely said, we're just here to have fun. And how it goes, however the way it goes, they're really proud of what they did. And I think that's important to just not put too much pressure on yourself.
Right.
Yeah. I was going to say, that is important, and that's one of the things that when we talked about Solary Tundra was what I wanted to see, because even though you're sitting here in your room and you're kind of comfortable, there's always different levels of pressure. There's the land pressure. There's the, hey, I need to win this tournament or I don't get to go to the land pressure. There's all those things that are in between, and we're seeing a lot of teams now with the, I need to go to this land event so I can try to get to the World Championship event, and that is really going to show us how they handle things and give us a little preview, because if they can channel and really play the best Rocket League they can under these situations, then I would assume on a big stage they should be able to show up as well.
Well, yeah, it really is a big test for going forward. I still think that pressure, even given a relatively safe position for Oxygen, this is an incredibly important match for them. You can't just back off and say, okay, well, at least we're safe. Maybe not for the Major, but for Worlds, or relatively safe. For Oxygen, it's still that moment of saying, we really need to get our act together if we're going up against the world's best at a world championship to be able to perform, because, going down in the lower bracket right away and potentially being eliminated right away in a double elimination, 2 losses in a row, is not worlds worthy, right? That's not world class. That's not what you want to be looking at your own team at. So a win here is incredibly important, and doesn't get easier too with G1 sitting right after this match. Just to give people an update while we do wait to get the players back in the lobby here and all sorted out, as we have a technical difficulty. Let's take a look at what's gone on so far today up in that upper bracket. We have some fun results. We had a couple clinches here for a few teams. Taking a look at Liquid, because of the teams that ended up in the lower bracket, they managed to clinch up. I believe that was Majors. I'm good. My stuff all mixed up here. I do know BDS and K-Corp also clinched their Major, and Team Vitality clinching that number 1 seed, I believe, for the Major, and clinching out a World. So all 4 of those upper quarterfinals, Lemon, had a lot of important matches for these teams. And the only team that seemed to have the most difficulty was K-Corp. They had a bit of a struggle in getting their wins today, both of their series going to Game 5.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why are they going to 5 against Solary, who just got 3-0'd by PSG Tundra, who obviously is not at the same level as Carmine, obviously, and Guild, who I feel like every time I watch them in these invitationals, they're going to Game 5 in these first rounds. It takes them a while to get the ball rolling, but they got the composure, just unfortunately just not winning against Carmine, which is a tough team. But in that lower bracket, a lot more one-sided matches. Then we're in a technical pause for that G1. And up next, we're going to watch Moist versus PSG Tundra to see if PSG Tundra and Moist, who's going to beat the other for those world spots.
Yeah, again, these scenarios don't stop either. As much as we did solidify a bunch of stuff up in the upper bracket there, a reminder, teams that are still in this in the lower bracket here, we saw a couple of them. Fufac Stop, they're done. That's it for them. Suz, the same thing. Solary is the same thing. and PSG Tundra, their Worlds is still fine, but again, the elimination is for Major is still a problem for them if they're knocked out here on the tournament on Friday. So if they can get through this Friday, things might change up, and the scenarios will change what we're looking at. But for now, PSG Tundra is still a dub is incredibly important for them. But going up against Moist, the team that's still looking like one of those top 8 teams in Europe, despite their roster changes, is not going to be an easy matchup. So overall, I mean, this bracket, Daz, in general, you got Vitality as the clear top, but even K-Corp is showing signs of weakness as teams take little pokes at them.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of we are starting to kind of see that shift, and I mean the spring board here, the leaderboard kind of shows you that too as well. Vitality kind of putting themselves in that top spot, Karmine Corp with BDS kind of close, but Liquid has always performed really well in invitationals. I said that to someone earlier. Even when Karmine Corp were dominating in the winter, Liquid took that last Winter Invitational in 7 games, and we know Liquid can also go 7 games against the Vitality. So it will be very interesting to see what happens when they go toe-to-toe in another best of 7 again to see where things are. Obviously, BDS on the rise, no pun intended. And when you see that top 4 and you know that potential for Europe going into the Spring Major, I mean, they got a lot of weapons here they can use as a region that really pushes them forward into the top. Maybe even gets them a couple of world spots as well. This is going to be really interesting to see how they shake up when they go head-to-head. But obviously, I think you'd be blind to ignore how well Europe has improved over the course of the past regionals.
Well, I think a lot of the big conversation has been that, NA's kind of losing its edge. It's always been that battle between these two regions, and NA feels like they're starting to slip a bit further behind, especially with a team like Vitality. And we do have the match finally back. You guys don't have to deal with us anymore.
It was like a lobby reset, too.
Yeah, it was everything reset. Now everybody's in. Everybody's happy. We'll see for how long. We've had 2 pauses so far.
Wasn't the pause at the goal line, too? I forgot who was about to score.
Yeah, it was like Oxygen didn't ready to score. But they get off the top, so.
Yeah. Bardowski.
Joris?
What?
Archie? No one's hitting the ball. Okay, it's a little awkward, but it's still a 1-goal game, and next thing you know, suddenly everybody has to kind of like lock back in here on the side of Williams, because this is kind of dangerous now. 3 minutes left in gameplay, and Oxygen only down by 1. Totally can see them bringing this back.
All right, we've done enough talking. Let's let someone else do some of the talking. I believe we got Munson Base down on the field for listening. Let's go take it to a listen.
That pause, we had our dogs and our cats on screen, and instead you had to look at the bracket and the leaderboards. Get scammed is all I'm saying. But back to the action as we look to enter the second half of this game number 4. Williams Resolve on the brink of elimination, but currently in the lead, and Oxygen looking to punish us on the back of a slow start, on the back of what felt like a 10-minute tech pause, Bass.
It was a long tech pause, but not about as long as the overtimes we have had today. If you guys are just tuning into this series, this has been very back and forth. We had an overtime in the last game. We had an overtime in the very first one as well, which lasted, I want to say, just about 7 minutes. So it's been back and forth as ever here, considering that Oxygen, again, has been a team that has had up and down results versus a WR who are looking kind of in their best form in recent right now. Their mechanics are on point. We're hitting a lot of solid offensive plays. The big issue we've been having is this: Oxygen controlling the midfield throughout this series, and although this game in particular we've been a lot more steadfast at that 50 line, we still got to try to find ourselves another escape here with about 100 seconds to go. I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to play a little bit more defense. That's a risky touch out of Flame. He's almost going to pay for it. A 50-50 does not exactly go in our favor. But this does need to. And it will not. Archie, off the ceiling, punishes the singular mistake. And again, this is what we're talking about. Narrow margins between these two teams.
Well, so often this season, right, we've seen Flame alone at the back, left on a bit of an island, and you said a singular mistake, and that's all it takes when you're all alone back there and you've got 3 Oxygen players bearing down on net. It just takes the slightest of missed touches, and that goal is in the back of yours. Or that ball is in the back of your goal. So Oxygen punishing us, but it feels a little bit self-inflicted, but can we inflict some punishment of our own? The answer is no. Jorius takes it away, and Oxygen look to transition.
Oh, I don't like that chase down. I'm not sure how Breezy escaped that one. I will say, out of all players to get out of that scenario, it is Breezy. He's got 1v1 experience, and he knows how to dodge a demo, although not quite dodging the offensive pressure right now. About a minute left here in this game, and it feels like it's overwhelming at Oxygen as they continue to suffocate. Let's see if maybe we can escape our own half here as Jorius. Touch out of the corner, not exactly going to be enough to get some offense started here as Nowasaki eventually comes away with the ball. Cannot go much further than midfield. Again, this is where Oxygen has had the advantage. They have controlled this midfield line, but our defense will stay steadfast for now. Huge save out of Flame will keep this game level as we go about 30 seconds left.
Actually a little bit awkward. He's not going to be able to keep up with that. Breezy takes over. The pinch, though, taken away by Ixo. Noah bumps him off the ball. Jori is there to take over. Nowasaki going to slow things down, though. Jori is with plenty of boost in the tank. Keeps that ball pushing. That's a monstrous clear from Flame, but no one from Williams Resolve able to latch on. Final seconds ticking down. This looks odds on for another OT. It would be our third of the series. This ball hits the ground, which it isn't just yet. Noah over the top of one. Keeps that ball high, but can't keep it off the ground. We do find that overtime.
Yet another one here. 3 out of the 4 games have gone to overtime. The only difference with this one is it's a comeback at Oxygen that gets us here. We were up 2-0 before that tech pause, and afterwards Oxygen go back-to-back to find themselves in equal footing. Unfortunately now, I'd say that they almost have the advantage. They've been really pressing us into our half, and we've struggled to maintain that midfield presence that we've spoken about a couple of times here. The thing is, though, that demo should open up some space. That's a little too risky. We've got no one back. Jory is trying to punish. Flame needs to make the save and keeps it close to bait out the oncoming offensive player. We're not exactly out of the woodworks yet here, but
oh no,
that's the end, isn't it?
Yep.
Ixo to the top right. That'll end the series. Oxygen moving on.
It's a veteran finish from a veteran player. And unfortunately for Williams Resolve,
We've done it. We've made it through. It's done, and Oxygen is through as well. They finally, through all the adversity there, they do eliminate Williams Resolve. Williams Resolve is not cheering because that does mean they're eliminated from Majors and Worlds as we send another team away as the season starts to wrap up. We do have one more round to get through, though. One more game to watch. 4 matches total in our lower bracket round 2. So stick around. After the break, we got some more Rocket League.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
My biggest pet peeve in professional Rocket League is people that don't skip replays. I won't name names, but they do not skip the replay under any circumstance.
Don't have to watch every single replay and add 2.5 minutes to the length of every single game to where we're getting like 5 games in a scrim, 6 games in a scrim.
Ooh, biggest pet peeve in Pro Rocket League? People showing up late to warm up scrims. I've got a few names in mind, won't throw those out, but we've had some people torching our time recently. It's not been ideal.
People being late for scrims, no doubt.
Probably just getting demoed. It is super annoying.
My biggest pet peeve in Rocket League is trolling scrims. And look, I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are, and it is tilting, all right? Pack it in.
If you're like trying to practice and like improve on stuff, and then the other team is just done scrimming and they're just gonna demo chase you, I think that's the most annoying thing. Yeah.
I don't really have a pet peeve. I'm too old, to be honest. Like I'm used to everything at this point.
Getting peeked on, like someone scoring a shot like a psycho or like a sidewall double tap that you just didn't expect, and I'm just like, okay, like
it works probably 10% of the time, and the other 90% you get scored on.
People take my boost, bro. Just allow my boost. Let me get my boost. Like just go for the ball and let me chill.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are in day one of the European Invitational for the Spring Split. As we come down to the end of the season, I'm Leaf. We have Lemon Kiwi and Dazarin joining me. Look at this bracket, guys. Just look at it for a minute.
Wow.
Do you see it?
That is one of the brackets of all time.
That is true.
Yeah, can you zoom in? Thank you.
Yeah, look at that zoom down the lower bracket now. As we just watched a long and dragged out lower bracket round one, as we finally do see PSG Tundra go through Oxygen, winning that match we just watched over Williams Resolve. Monaco knocking out Suh, and it was Hogan mode, knocking out Fufax. Hogan mode carrying on. They'll face off against Guild afterwards. I know a lot of us are really excited for that, but here on the main stream, reminder, team streams are going on. You can watch them all, but here on the main stream, we have Moist facing off against PSG Tundra. A massive matchup for PSG right now because, as we mentioned before, elimination here. It looks like, yeah, that's the update now. Okay, they're eliminated from majors and worlds with a loss here. Wow, that's not fun for them.
No, this is a big match because obviously PSG Tundra are racing G1 for Worlds, who are also on another match against Oxygen, and none of these players have been to Worlds, so again, they definitely want to send themselves there, and unlikely to make the Major, but who's holding PSG Tundra back from Major is Moist. So how far PSG Tundra can make in this bracket will depend on where Moist will want to end them.
Yeah, this is huge. Get your predictions in, by the way. Who you think's going to win this one? I have a feeling the Moist supporters are going to be behind this one. We'll see if there's any love for PSG Tundra as well. Yeah, this is a tight one. We got Moist number 5 in string points, and right behind them is PSG Tundra. So again, last year for PSG Tundra is not a fun one. Analysts, let's get your thoughts on this matchup before we get into it here. Daz, I'm going to make you start off on this one. Who you got, Moist or PSG?
So PSG Tundra is a team that, looking at them, like I said in the last series, are they here? Are they stepping up today? The answer to that question is yes. Oh. I'm still going Moist though.
Okay.
Because of course, Joyo Juicy and the Cannon himself. I cannot go against the Cannon. Give me Moist here. They're going to take the series.
Usually when you start off with a team like that, I'm like, oh, he's going to go Moist. And you debated me on the debate. Go Moist. You got Lemon. You backing him on the Moist pick?
Yeah, I gotta back him on the Moist. He beat Hogan. They looked really good that match. So see how they do this match though, because they just came off a 3-0 loss against Liquid.
This will be the first time on the desk today that we're going unanimous. I'm gonna have to say Moist on this one. This is a team that definitively looks like, again, at least the top 8 team consistently in the European region. So I have to. Nice. And supporters, of course, behind the team as well. Moist. We'll see PSG Tundra again. Big match on their hand. Elimination. You're out from the Major. You're out from Worlds. You don't want to lose this. Let's see how it goes. Lemon and Daz, take it away.
Let's jump into it. Our last match of the day, but a lot on the line. We've been hammering this home because it's the finish line. It's the end of the season. You want to go out with a bang.
Absolutely. No matter what, you got to leave it all out there. No matter, like, This is it for both teams. You think about a PSG Tundra. Yes, they fought their way here, but this is where the competition really shows up and shows out. And so do they. Oh, Tox was almost able to start us off on the side of Moist. They've had an up and down season. Think about the fall, making it to the grand finals. But then roster change after roster change, they're here now with Cash, trying to put themselves back into that elevated position that everyone knows they can be in. Big time series for both teams. Only one can move on. Joyo can't get there in time. It's a good clear from Ivan.
Moist Esports, though, they feel like they're on the rise. You went from top 6 in the Open. Now you've improved to a 4th place in the Spring Cup. Where they will end this bracket, well, I'm worried because you're already in the lower bracket on Friday. It's going to be a long road, depending on how PSG Tundra, who just came off of a win, a dominant one at that. As then you got to come back from that 0-3 kind of deficit when you were up against Liquid. So even Moist, see how they can bounce back mentally.
Gotta watch out there. Good Musty there, but Joyo been recently on the dominance. Really has been kind of showing his stuff here. Now trying to get on the ball to get things out. Juicy. Gotta love how Juicy's been elevating himself over the course of this season. Has really stepped up, had to, jump in place of Rise there for a bit. No, and I don't even think it was Rise. I have to go back and check when Juicy got back into it. But the fact of the matter is that level up, he's been a force and kind of a staple here on Moist, so to speak. Now, he's going to be needed to elevate here. And so far, game 1 has been fairly quiet on both sides. Only 2 shots for Moist, 1 on Tundra.
I felt like Joyo fumbled the bag for Moist, but, it's just game 1. I'm sure things will tidy up. The offense going to that orange end, but defense beating them there. Still almost going into the second half with no goals and barely an offense for PSG Tundra. You're looking for those counterattacks that we even saw in the last series. And it felt like PSG Tundra were running the field in their last series, just playing so aggressive. That got real dangerous there for the defense, and you're not out of the woods yet if you're PSG Tundra.
Not out of the woods just yet. Halfway through this game, PSG Tundra still looking for a way in. Haven't been as aggressive on the offense as they were against Solary, as Juicy was trying to send that across, but was cut out there as well. And more shots starting to line up on the side of Moist as they are looking for a way in. We haven't seen that explosion of mechanics that everybody on the side of Moist can do. I say that Juicy's trying to start something here off the ceiling. Cash off the corner, leaves that for Joyo, does get it through, but Tox able to stop it before it goes in the back of the net.
Ooh, Moist are starting to look real threatening on that offense and able to just exploit some of the mistakes of the defense, but 2 defenders in the net. It's saved yet again. But PSG Tundra just aren't able to find like good clears, and now they're getting demoed, so they're not going anywhere fast. The midfield is all for PSG Tundra, who bring that physicality. Shot now from Juicy off the top. Follow up from PSG Tundra to try and make the space, and Cash is going to get overwhelmed. It's the chance for Ivan to connect with Tox, and no, denied.
Catalysm trying to get it around Cash. Good touch from there, from Cash to send it across. Ivan off the ceiling, goes straight down. Here's Tox. Does he have another touch? Can't get that one either. This has been the most dangerous PSG Tundra's offenses look so far. Down to the final minute. Pressure starting to build on both sides. No one trying to let this game escape out of their hands.
Yeah, great defense from PSG Tundra, but almost a one challenge from Ivan. Turned the play on its head, crashing down into the box. Saved yet again by PSG Tundra. Not a lot of boost though. Catalysm will need help on the play. This is sent downfield. Cash, second touch just to stall out the ball. Misses the corner boost and wishes he got some help from Juicy earlier. But now connecting, no, the passes don't. We go back to the blue half.
And more pressure there out of the corner. Juicy does get there in time. Cash, we get a great read on that. Ivan was bearing down on it. Tox looking for the double! Tox strikes! 22 seconds to go. PSG up 1.
It was a good touch from Cash initially, but just getting overwhelmed by the offense, starting to commit more and more. And you thought PSG Tundra were a bit asleep at the wheel with how they just didn't generate a lot of shots after what was a good series from them that we just watched. They get one on the board in the last 20 seconds as Moist left to search for the equalizer in midfield 1. Cash with the demo gives the ball over to PSG Tundra. Seconds trading. Shot from Ivan and an open net.
They had a play developing here. Both Joyo and Cash were in the side boost. Juicy plays this up, looking for an extra touch. It's not what he wanted. And Ivan just goes straight through, says, I'm pushing this in the back of the net. Setting the pace here in game 1. 5 seconds on the clock. Moist tried to see if they could surge late, but it's PSG Tundra who will set the tone on such a big-time series between the two competitors. They will take game 1. Final seconds of formality here, but the ball will hit the ground.
And it came down to the wire on this game 1. The fact we even had our first goal in the last 20 seconds of the game, where it felt like both offenses just struggled to really get the ball rolling in terms of developing an offense that could connect on passes, really generate something in the midfield. And PSG Tundra got it done in the last 20 seconds. And as Moist felt that pressure and kind of scrambled to do something, they left their net open and PSG Tundra sealed the deal.
Yeah, now you got to go back and really try to lock in here as well. Just understanding, okay, yeah, PSG Tundra, they're going to get some more confidence here. We saw what they look like when they have pressure. This is kind of the same situation that we saw with Solary. They get that ball out in front, and they can really make a defense look sloppy. Moist are going to have to clean that up. They had a good job of controlling the midfield, but their offense is not as strong as we know it can be. Adjustment time. Game 2, Forbidden Temple. Let's go.
This is after maybe feeling like some silly mistakes might snowball into more in your head of just you need to shake that off mid-game and talk about it afterwards with your coach. But Ivan's not going to let you have any time to think. PSG Tundra, get it done.
Man, look at that from Catalysm. So much speed to be able to beat Joyo there to the ball. And again, you said it, no time to react there on the side of Moist. PSG Tundra applying pressure early.
There it is, 1-0. Finally, you don't have that kind of several minute stalemate that we saw in game one of both teams feeling each other out, maybe afraid to take risks. And PSG Tundra, like you said before, just more confident and more comfortable and a little self-redirect either way. PSG Tundra up 2-0.
I mean, what? Juicy tries to send this across. Tox is there to read it. Cash, just not the touch he wants there. And now, Moist down by 2. This is becoming a disaster very quickly. They've got to get things under control.
Just mentally, too. Like, we know Moist Esports are capable of so much more. And you can't let those slip by on the defense. Not like you did in game 1 with the open net. Just positioning better in game 2 so that these shots are saved yet again. But PSG Tundra keeping them trapped in that blue end. Even Cash can't get the redirect to make the space. Now his net is being attacked. It's a good send away, and that's an open net. So, hey, Moist get one on the board.
They do. I like what I saw from PSG Tundra, though. The infield passes, I like how they're looking for each other, but if someone's not there, it's a big problem. You saw exactly what happened. Free ball for Juicy. Juicy scores the open net. We've got 3 goals within the first minute. Potential chance for a shootout here if things keep up.
Yeah, with the shootout, just the momentum that PSG Tundra were putting on that last offense, they committed even their third man up and left the midfield wide open. That center lane completely unmanned. And it gives Moist Esports a chance just to remain competitive in this game too. A lot of worlds and major implications, but the defense seems to stabilize for Moist. Not having a ton of space, PSG Tundra went back for boost and continue to attack them. And even just keeping Moist stuck in the blue end means you limit the opportunities.
I mean, when you keep Moist stuck in the blue end, this is golden for you because they don't get room. And when they don't get room, it's really hard for them to honestly break down your own defense. They don't know what offense looks like this game. We just saw, like, in the first shot, well, they're shooting 100% because Juicy had an open net. That's the only look that they've had here. And that's big credit to PSG Tundra understanding who they're playing against.
Even Ivan was ready as the third man, whether that was going to the back wall or not. That was some momentum being generated by Moist, breaking out, starting an offense, but just having these touches that go towards the net in terms of having shots that look threatening. You're still working on those. Good send away from PSG Tundra. Catalysm follows up that touch. Cash looking to connect with Joyo to the midfield just to transition, take a powerful shot on net. But PSG Tundra always have that third man back, and they're not going to make that open net mistake again.
Joyo on the ball. Looking for that infield pass to Juicy. Good initial touch out. Cash couldn't get the follow-up, and that's just because he was being kind of bumped there out in the midfield. Still want to see more from the can in this game. He's got 56 points. He hasn't been on the ball as much. That's a big credit to PSG Tundra taking him out to play, and it has been just a little awkward for him on the defense. Maybe things will change soon. Joyo gets his 5th save of the game as he clears that one downfield. It's still a 1-goal game as Moist are trying to regain control of the game.
As Cash is trying to regain control of the midfield, the ball keeps going his way for a pass, but PSG Tundra are just a step ahead and are intercepting everything that PSG Tundra, that Moist Esports are generating. Now Juicy wins that challenge, can go up to the wall, doesn't have a lot of help here on the front lines, but just getting established here in the corner could give Moist a chance to find the equalizer in the box. Sent away, Juicy too far forward to really find the gap in the box, but they go in again. But Moist can't keep up the pressure.
No, yeah, but PSG Tundra can. I love what I've seen out of them, though. They have respect for Moist's mechanics. They're positioning themselves properly without giving them too much space to do what they want. They've been able to hold on to a 1-goal lead. Time's going to tick down. We may see Moist try to turn up the pressure late, but so far, Tundra in control.
Yeah, PSG Tundra just have their 2-man defense. They're not overextending, taking any risks. They're up by 1, and it's only a minute, so you just want to dwindle every opportunity that Moist can generate. Joyo, Catalysm ready off the ceiling. Stop after stop. It's The play is slowed every time Moist Esports wanted to generate. Joyo with the second touch off the back wall again, and Talks with a major clear for PSG.
That should be in the net. It is. Turn it around. Moist had everything there for them on the play, but it felt like they were just doing too much. Juicy could take that shot. You can have Joyo follow up. Instead, they go for the fake. That is a full team play. They're down by 1. They had time, but they sent the house early and got punished for it. PSG Tundra looking to put this series on match point.
It's not the first time we've seen Moist choke up on these offenses that should be incredible, that set up so perfectly. It seems hard to miss, but Moist, down by 2, with 30 seconds left, are having their defenses tested. The left post guarded well. Ivan can't find the second touch. Catalysm is demoed. Moist has some room to work with. Redirect off the cross. Juicy to the corner, to the left post. Ooh. And accuracy not all there for Moist.
When they need it to be. Final few seconds on the clock. Cash will try to set up something with time. Blocked out by Tox. Juicy not on target again. This one going to hit the ground. And PSG Tundra strike early and survive in game 2.
Yeah, PSG Tundra on match point. Remember this has implications, especially for the majors, where it's Moist holding on to that 5th position and PSG Tundra just right behind them, where it seemed unlikely that PSG Tundra were going to overtake them, but Moist find themselves in the lower bracket, and PSG Tundra still have to catch up quite a few matches, even if they take this series. So Moist cannot relax. While as Leaf, are you relaxed? Because it's match point.
No, I can't be relaxed. We got there's broccoli going on. I don't relax until this broadcast ends. That's it. And then I go to sleep, and then I wake up for more Rocket League. That's it. My life for a weekend is Rocket League. That's it. No, I do feel it with other stuff. That would be our life.
You live and breathe the game.
Yeah, that'd be too much. I'll give you a little updates on the matches going across the board here right now. G1 is on match point against Oxygen. Oxygen might be knocked out of the tournament here. Luna Galaxy and Monaco are 1-1 right now. Guild Esports is down 1-0 to Hogan mode. Granted, they are winning 5-0 in that second game right now with 30 seconds left, so that'll be a tied game soon.
Now PSG Tundra sitting on match point. After feeling like they were running these games, at least offensively, turning up, leveling up, while as Moist are having their mistakes exposed, and you're wondering, is this going to be the game where Moist just full send it and start peaking?
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit to PSG Tundra. They're looking fantastic. I say that, though, Cash. What? Catalysm, how did you read that? Incredible. Like I said, PSG Tundra, they're looking great right now. Beautiful stop there from Catalysm. Everything Moist is throwing at them, they've been ready and willing. The only goal they gave up in the last game was because they overextended. Look at that one. You thought it was free. Tox says no. Moist are going to need a little bit more if they want to break past this defense.
How is this not deadly enough for Moist to get a single goal? 2 very threatening fast shots, needing quick reactions from PSG Tundra. Still find themselves on a defense. Juicy chasing this around, Cash following up, and you love to see Moist support each other more on these offenses and play with more confidence. Small cross into the box though, but Moist are still committed to keeping the play going, and they have the boost to keep rotating forward. Joyo and Tox collide, the 50 to the ceiling. Juicy there first, 3 defenders, 1 stepping up. Ivan trying to shake up possession there for Moist, as Cash slowing down the play, baiting out PSG Tundra, who hold firm in this net. Joyo to Juicy, popped up, not the angle they wanted, trying to tip it into the box. Moist doing everything they can, but still no cigar.
Gotta watch out for the counter. Right off the ceiling, straight to Juicy. Good pop-up from Juicy as well to put that in space, but no one on the side of Moist is going to be able to pick it up, so they still got to play some defense here. You said it, though. Strong offense, but not able to get anything going. Juicy, that's a little awkward. Cash. Oh, he's strong, but he's not strong enough. Catalysm with the goal line save every single time you think the ball's going into the back of the net. Someone there for PSG Tundra is sending the block away. That is at least 3 goal line saves out of 4 shots from Moist.
Moist are so cursed after what you just said. All of that effort not turning out. This one almost slipped by. Juicy, the last second save. Ivan to the top. Second touch. Joyo saves.
Oh, touch miss.
Missing the touch to clean it up. Still a 0-0 game, but a hype one.
Oh, yeah. It definitely is. Moist are throwing their best offense. PSG Tundra are throwing their best defense. Demo on the play, though. The cannon will score. Moist are out in front. Again, a little too far forward. Toodaloo. Cash will put that one into the back of the net. And Moist now finally gets something going here after what looked like it was impossible to break out of the PSG defense.
Well, the last 2 goals for Moist from this game and game 2 have been from these open net sort of overextensions from PSG Tundra, that third man not completely owning that midfield. But Moist up, which I felt like they deserved that 1-0 a little earlier, but it's an open net practically that gives that. All thanks to the demo, of course, making that net open. But Catalysm wants to strike back. Here comes PSG Tundra on that offense, taking their time. And Joyo, what a carry right to the back of the net.
Oh my God, he's incredible. Look at this, one touch off the sidewall, got the flip there, used it to gain control, and then had one last touch. Otherwise, Catalysm might have a read on that play. Beautiful work from Joyo. Moist fans have been waiting to see that all series long. Well, he's showing up where it matters.
2-0 for Moist. 90 seconds. Talks, that's a dangerous save off the back wall. All 3 defenders there. And now 3 for Moist.
He's putting it where they ain't. Tox tried to get the touch out. Look at this. Everybody, like you said, in net. That's the one place they are, is in that lower left corner. Beautiful shooting there from Joyo, 2 for 2.
Now it's Moist starting to expose these mistakes from PSG Tundra, who just can't let go of the steering wheel. Not until the series is over. These teams going neck and neck for a chance. The Boston Major, Cash versus Tox, popped up high. And you're not seeing as much harassment from Moist now in a much more comfortable lead. Cash gonna beat out that defender in the corner. Maybe just keeping PSG here is how you drain their momentum too in the series.
This is kind of big because we haven't seen PSG Tundra get in scoring opportunities. And where they come out the first couple of games, they have really strong strikes. They were able to outplace things. That works out very well. Great challenge from them. They brought themselves back here. They need something quick, though, to really make this a close game.
Cash, the 50 stalls out, but goes right to Tox. It was quicker to follow up. And that's why the offense from PSG Tundra, they keep you on your toes because they like to commit all 3 members to the play and rotate further forward as you got an open net. And PSG Tundra, they want the sweep.
You blink and you miss it. Catalysm. This challenge goes perfect to Ivan. Ivan is able to get there quickly, and all of a sudden, all of the work Moist did might come crashing down in their face. It's a 1-goal game. PSG Tundra looking to end the series in the sweep like you said, Lemon. They've got 40 seconds to try to tie this up.
At least Moist able to slow down the play after they got demoed off of kickoff. 3-on-2. Ivan, Catalysm, diving to center out this ball. And he's first to the corner. Here's Ivan off the ceiling. Still trying to get this ball in the box. And you see PSG Tundra so full sending to the corner, maintaining possession. But now the offense starting to fall back. Moist had to use boost just to force them back. So Juicy will have to fall out of this play. And it's up to the rest of Moist to just hold on to this lead. 3-2 in the last couple of seconds. You're in the orange end. That's a good clear from Juicy to Catalysm down in front of the blue net.
Be careful.
Cash right. No, to the other team. It doesn't connect, and Moist will stay alive.
Cash grounds it. Moist take game 3 in a very tense series as it continues on. We are going to go into game 4. PSG Tundra still on match point. Moist going to try to force the game 5 here. They did really solid work in the first 4 minutes of this game, but PSG Tundra got 2 back-to-back late, and that's where you start to see a little bit of signs of concern. For PSG Tundra, though, that late surge was great, but they weren't able to get that equalizer leaf.
They were not. Correct assessment. You know, also was a correct assessment.
What?
Is when I tell you the G1 3-0'd Oxygen Esports.
Oh, gosh.
That's what happened.
Oh.
That's what happened. Oxygen.
Wow.
Eliminated from Major now with that loss. But yeah, G1. They stepped up. Oxygen not really delivering on expectations. Daz knew it all along, though.
I did.
Yeah,
but that being said,
he does.
That being said, you know, you got to give it to G1. I mean, that's a Oli revenge story there as well. So, you know, big ups on Oli finally being able to kind of give a little bit of payback there. But that being said, still got a lot more tournament left to go. Glad that matchup is over, though. Oxygen maybe could potentially make the World Championship, so their season might not be done just yet. But there is a team whose season could be potentially over with a loss here. And then we're looking at the PSG Tundra in that conversation as they are fighting to close out the series against Moist.
And even though PSG Tundra lost that game 3, it gave you signs of hope that you almost came back at the very end. And you had an offense right at that last 30 seconds to almost find the equalizer. So I think PSG Tundra can come into this game feeling like they could close it out, and Catalysm. Some nice bounces off the back wall here. Tox dropping it off to nobody, as here's the counterattack from Moist.
Catalysm trying to start things off there. Good touch shot from Joyo to the side. Cash on the back wall, but Catalysm with the pop-up. Joyo will take that one away. So far, basic defense needed here as the ball's kind of getting played in the corner. That one, though, given up to Ivan, and chance there for him to slide it off the initial touch, but ends up sending it straight to Cash, who will get the clearance away. Starting to look a little dangerous on the side of Moist. They haven't been able to get this ball out. Tox, light touch. He was looking for that right side of the net. Wasn't able to get it, and now ball will be sent back into the midfield.
PSG Tundra, though, they're a team that get real creative with these offenses, whether it's on the kickoff, finding demos to open up the net, going left and right, just like in that last offense, doing everything they can. So it goes to the right side. Catalysm's falling back, so is Tox. Kind of a miscomm, meaning PSG Tundra, shaky possession to keep that rally going. Now they have to fall back. Counterattack from Moist. Cash losing a challenge there to Tox, but Joyo and Juicy almost having some good passes in the midfield, but just not all there quite yet. Joyo to the back wall will meet Ivan. Moist are generating some shots, but no goals yet.
Yeah, no goals yet, but still good to see them getting able to get some control and some possession upfield. Only one shot on the side of Moist so far as we are approaching that halfway mark. PSG Tundra having 4, but still coming up empty. Free ball for Joyo, and it gets through! I thought the defense had it! Top right slot from Joyo, and Moist score on their second shot of the game.
Oh, just the 50 is hits. Stalls right for Joyo to hit the home run. It's about time these setups for Moist convert into something special. Feels like it takes so much effort. It's blood, sweat, and tears for Moist to score.
Ooh.
Now up 1-0 and almost a quick revenge from PSG Tundra. They still barely have the ball. You dodged that bump. Cash also demos another. Juicy.
Oh my goodness.
More physicality. Everyone's dying out here.
Juicy taking 2 demos, now sitting there on the ball. You're starting to see a little bit of the surge here for Moist. They're trying to take PSG Tundra out of the play and give them some space to cook. Cash trying to get that one out. Not necessarily the best first touch, so has to play the 50 there over towards the side. But Moist now with a lot of room to work with. They've got the first goal of the game. Will they be able to continue to keep this momentum going? They've already been doing a good job of just playing the ball out into the orange side, but they haven't necessarily been able to get anything going there on the box yet. So chance here for Juicy, but Tox again, great beat out. PSG Tundra, still a chance for them. We've seen them surge late, and as the clock ticks down, expect them to put on more pressure.
Yeah, PSG Tundra are just intercepting every Moist pass, and if they're not there, then the pass is just not connecting. So you see Moist trying to figure things out on the fly. 90 seconds, and Moist are only up by 1. Catalysm beating a few defenders, trying to bump Joyo out of the play, and Tox just a second too late to get the finishing blow. PSG Tundra still cooking up an equalizer. Ivan against the 2 defenders off the back wall. That's a long clear.
Oh, Joyo, good pre-jump from Joyo. Got a flip reset, pass 2. Is the net open? It is if Joyo's shooting. Oh my God. Look at this. Tox gives him 1. Flip reset, pass 2. Where's 3? It doesn't matter. You're not stopping that shot. Incredible work there from Joyo to get past everybody on PSG Tundra.
And Moist, they're starting to execute. It's just taken so many games until the last second. But Moist have woken up. They're up by 2. And PSG Tundra, the offense there. Good save. 2 committed. Here's Joyo finding space in that left side. Coming in quick, and PSG Tundra trying to slow it down. Doing well off the backboard. Now Catalysm demo 3-on-2 for Moist. 36 seconds. Ready to force the game 5.
Joyo looking for the bump on Tox. Good clear out from Tox. PSG Tundra, if they want to surge late here, they got to go. Final 30 seconds. They need a goal and a kickoff. We know they're capable of it, but they got to get the ball into the back of the net.
It's working out. 20 seconds. This goes back to the orange half. Where Tox is ready. Ivan chasing Juicy around, but goes up the wall. Gives some possession to Moist. Dangerous cross. Draining precious seconds from PSG Tundra. Just seems mathematically impossible now for anything. Catalysm almost tipping it in to the net. Now the 0-second mark, and Moist will be forcing the game 5 and potential reverse sweep.
This is where it gets spicy. Moist put us on match point in a tournament where PSG Tundra and Moist Esports need to show up. Reverse sweep territory, Champions Field bound. And we are either going to expect greatness here on both sides, or someone's going to crumble. You don't really get any in between when it comes to game 5 as tight as this, Limit Kiwi.
And Moist, I mean, they brought a lot more physicality. I think you saw, was it Ivan? Now I'm forgetting, who had like 3 demos to his name. Or sorry, Juicy had that.
Juicy, yeah.
And Moist out there bullying, obviously owning the midfield a lot more because of those demos. Able to just stop the momentum from PSG and leave. This is an exciting game. We got a game 5.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about PSG Tundra now. Joyo's cooking. Like he's out there right now. So this is PSG Tundra definitely got to think about that and shutting that down quick, because they're gonna feel the wrath of him if they let him keep moving around the field like that. Across the board, still have the other 2 matches that hadn't completed before. Still not completed. Hogan mode is up on match point against Guild right now, and with 8 seconds left, it looks like they're up a goal. It was tied for a bit, so Hogan mode might be moving on to face off against Monaco. This could actually potentially be a deep run for Hogan mode, because Monaco did just win 3-1 over Luna Galaxy. There it is, Hogan mode. Are moving on. Let's go, bro.
Let's go, bro, is right. Who is going to be moving on with them? Game 5 underway between Moist Esports and PSG Tundra. Formidable over the course of the season, but of course, only one can move on in this tournament.
Oh yeah, and Moist have cleaned up the mechanics too from the start of the series, from us pointing out those accuracy issues to Moist looking better and better, especially Joyo's slams down, trying to take the ball away from PSG Tundra. Ivan has to go up to the skies. The defense seemed pretty calm here for Moist. Joyo will be first to this ball too, but in the midfield, this PSG Tundra just looming. Juicy gets past all of them, generates good space for Moist. We've started to climb back in that series. The Brooms still in the closet for that reverse sweep.
You got to keep an eye out on Joyo. Amazing game 3 and 4 from him. If he's able to channel that, then could be danger for PSG Tundra in game 5. On the side of PSG Tundra, look out for Tox. Shooting has been incredible. Great ball movement out of him as we get things underway.
Yeah, Ivan too had, I think, the most amount of shots for PSG Tundra. They fight hard, and I think they've had their net exposed because they commit so many people to that front line. Now their backs are against the wall. PSG Tundra challenging, shaking up the possession. Now a clear all the way down to the blue half, but not able to follow up as PSG Tundra at least to the back wall. Juicy is ready though. All of Moist have woken up on this defense too, starting to step up and predict these offenses of PSG Tundra, who sometimes feel like an unpredictable team.
Yeah, right. Oh, now even some goal line saves. I like the fact that they're able to work together in transition. Juicy not afraid to go downfield, try to put a redirect on target. PSG Tundra have been doing a good job this game of being able to kind of cut out the passes. This is a little awkward though. Juicy will get the demo on Tox. Joyo with space, can always be dangerous, has the flip reset. Tox comes back to get the stop, and it's still a tied-up game in Game 5.
Yeah, PSG Tundra had time to think and time to watch how that was going to develop. And Moist, I mean, it took so many goal line shots, and they weren't able to convert as much as they hoped to last game. But I'm sure their hopes are revitalized. Just the fact that they were able to force the Game 5 and mentally bounce back. Ivan trying to force his way, bulldoze through these two defenders, summons the attention of his teammates. But here's the counterattack from Moist. Cash with the second touch, and no one there to follow up.
Cash to Juicy. Juicy made contact, but Ivan was there for the block. Things are going to start to accelerate here on the field as we hit that 2-minute mark. Whoever scores is going to drastically shift the tone of how this game is going to go. So the pressure is on. Both teams have really shown that they've been able to kind of compete. No big signs of weaknesses here. Great offense, but it's been low shooting. PSG Tundra only 2 shots, Moist 3. Time ticks down.
It's kind of feeling like Game 1 where both teams had to play really methodically, trying to avoid taking any risks. And you had that low-scoring game where it was like 20 seconds left where we had the first goal, and it's giving those vibes yet again. Defense holding strong for PSG Tundra. Dangerous cross in front of the net by Joyo. As Juicy continues to harass this defense, trying to bait them out of that half. See what gaps Moist can find. Cash up to the air, talks with the 50 down low, and Ivan, the pinch
Juicy
goes right to Moist. Juicy takes a shot, both defenders cross and go for a save.
There's Ivan on the ball, strong clearance. That's going to give a lot of space here to PSG Tundra. We're entering the final minute of gameplay. Someone has to break. Who's going to be the one to do it? It's been tough here. You see the control. Joyo's a little awkward. Joyo trying to race to the ball. Catalysm stays on top of Drill, gets a chance to recover, and moves downfield. Great 50-50s to buy Moist some time as that midfield battle continues on. PSG Tundra trying to get some space to work with. Moist trying to fight their way out of what could be a stranglehold if PSG Tundra gets set up on offense.
Oh, Cash was able to break through that left side, has talks against the wall. That touch goes right to Juicy. But PSG Tundra come out of the net to make sure there are no free shots from Moist to Juicy, to left and saved! How are PSG Tundra still at 0 or Moist as well? 12 seconds. We go to the blue end. Talk drops in front of the net! And Ivan can't find the touch. We're going into an OT, it feels like.
Wait a second, Ivan trying to end it! Oh, Cash! Saves the day for Moist! Ivan tried to put it to the top right corner. It hits the ground. We're still going on. That's a big beat, though. Can Ivan catch up to it? Juicy gets there in time. Ivan didn't have the boost, and now Tundra have to try to recover. Things drastically changing here off the OT. Even Joyo has to get a crazy save. PSG Tundra trying to end it quickly as off the kickoff.
It's just multiple threatening shots from PSG. Talks wanting the ground pinch. Ivan keeps the play going. Catalysm, too many cooks in the kitchen. He gets overwhelmed, starts to fall back. Joyo has his ball stolen. Juicy pinch off the wall. But that third man not stepping up for Moist, not wanting to expose that open net. Now the pass is being intercepted. We go back to the orange end. And Ivan meets Joyo halfway, which goes to Cash off the back wall. And Juicy collides with Talks. Cash at least tucks into the left side to keep the play going for Moist.
That was big, a touch by Cash there. If Cash doesn't get a touch, that ball gets cleared out. Everybody from Moist was involved in that play. Could have been an easy counterattack goal there for Tundra.
Oh, Talks to the right corner. It's just buying time, stealing boost, draining resources from Moist, who have just been stuck on this defense. Talks will even bring it back. Good challenges, though, from the defense. And PSG Tundra have to be careful how much they extend from that midfield. That was almost a dangerous counterattack from Moist.
It definitely was. They're giving Cash space here. Cash looking for the bump. Catalysm, great defense to get the stop there. Follow up, Ivan's there to get the save out as well. Tundra are not letting this game get away from them easily. They are fighting tooth and nail with Moist for possession, ball control, and ultimately try to win this game. Dibbo on the play is going to get that one sent way back to the Moist back wall.
Yeah, Moist falling back. Ivan turns the play on its head, misses that second touch. Juicy gets the clear. It's an open net! PSG Tundra fumbled, and Moise with the reverse sweep.
Juicy gets a clear downfield. No one home. Chalk's trying to barrel back, but it's too late. Splash is the goal explosion. Splash is Moist Esports. They stay alive and move on.
They might have lost the splash of code, but they made a bigger splash in this series. The way that they adapted and turned up, exposing those mistakes from PSG Tundra. The open net bit PSG in the butt at the end, and Moist were just relentless, and they kept that composure, which was so important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Backs against the wall early on in this series. They had to reverse sweep here against PSG Tundra, and they were up to the task. And that isn't no disrespect to PSG Tundra, because they had this series on lock in the first two games. It's just Moist made those adjustments. Standout players like Joyo being able to step up. Same is for Juicy and Cash. And it just was something that PSG Tundra could not get a hold of until it was too late. They played a really tough game 5, and unfortunately for them, it just came down to them just being a little too aggressive.
At least you have your season end on a reverse sweep. Doesn't feel good, but I think PSG Tundra performed so well throughout the series, and Leaf, everyone is putting it on the line because it's the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, sure, at least you went the distance, but it's like they're definitely thinking and sitting there right now about that open net. That feels bad to lose on something like that when it was so close. What an incredible match, though, to finish off their season. That, of course, does take them out. So, it's unfortunate, but that's the way of tournaments. Not everyone can win, and PSG Tundra was not one of those ones that were able to win today. It was an interesting day. We started the day off, Lemon, with like a bunch of 3-0s, and it was definitely not as close as sometimes I expect Europe to be. Then we had our teams we expect to push on through, and a lot of clinching happening in that upper bracket.
It's just in a couple unexpected game 5s. We talked about Carmine and even Oxygen and the Luna Galaxy, former Monkeys roster. That was an exciting match. Yeah, a couple of sweeps here and there. I know chat was really cheering on Hogan mode, but Moist went on. He got the Splashico, which I learned what that was today, so getting used to more Rocket League terms. But it's been an exciting day, and of course Europe is hard to predict. But I know, Daz, you were saying on First Touch, you got a lot of your reads correct.
Yeah, for the most part, actually, things.
It's a genius.
Things looking a little well. You know, all of our teams to make it to round 3, I believe, have made, except for Monaco. I think we, like we said, we had sub, and so Monaco definitely kind of showing up and showing out. But Europe, definitely, those favorite teams are doing exactly what their fans expect them to. Even in the top half of the bracket, upper finals definitely very predictable. Lower half of the bracket here as well, with teams like Moist, Hogan mode especially, and then of course even G1. So I mean, we got an interesting day ahead of us tomorrow, Leaf.
That's a easy top 6 for Hogan mode. We going all the way. Oh my God, they're just gonna fly. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say maybe they'll just fly through the top 4, but that'll get tricky after Monaco. Hey, maybe something can happen in Monaco too. But that's really fun to see Hogan mode still on that push forward there, as they continue that grind, surprising a lot of people. Let's talk about how everything went today, though. Let's take a look at. Not yet. We're still calculating points. We'll take a look at the bracket a little bit longer here. But these are the matches you'll end up seeing tomorrow. We'll take a look at the schedule a bit later as well. But we will have our upper semis, our lower round 3 and 4, the quarterfinals there. Here's the points. Okay, things got tight today, guys. And there was so much happening, so much clinching and eliminations happening. I asked very kindly, and Direct did it nicely and put a little list together of everything that happened. So when it comes to the majors right now, we do have Carmine Corp, BDS, and Team Liquid clinching their major spots. That's wonderful them. We also had Vitality clinching the number 1 seed at the major. Wonderful for them.
And Worlds.
Yeah, and clinching Worlds. I was going to get to that in a second when we look at the Worlds. No, that's okay. I just need something to fill the Worlds points with. Eliminated from the major now was PSG Tundra, we just saw there with an unfortunate open net. Luna Galaxy, Williams Resolve, Guild Esports, Monaco Esports, and Foo Fax Dop. And then, of course, Oxygen also eliminated from the major. How about the big points, the Worlds. I think everyone's been working towards. Now we can mention it. Vitality clinching Worlds. That's huge for them. Absolutely massive. And of course, those teams I mentioned that were eliminated before are all also eliminated from Worlds except for Oxygen. Their chances still stay alive. So it's getting tight. And the fact that all that just happened, Daz, on a day one as well. Never mind, we're going to start fresh. Okay. We're going to go erase all the debt. The fact that day one presented all of these scenarios and clinches and eliminations was just a wild start to the weekend.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of what we expected going into this. I know, there's been a lot of talk leading up to this. There was a lot of pressure on the line. You saw teams really show up when that pressure was building. You also ended up seeing some teams kind of break even when they were kind of on the brink of victory, like PSG Tundra. Getting reverse swept there, it hurts a lot. But of course, I mean, you look back at their season and they've really played it. Tough Rocket League against the best of the best, and not only Europe, in the world. So it's still something to kind of be proud of, even though their season is over. But for a lot of other teams, you look at Moist, you look at BDS, even G1, still more to play for here as they're trying to be the best they could be around the time of the World Championship.
All right, it's time to tell all my friends that they need to come hang out with me. It's time for tickets, ! Tickets in the chat. Click the link or head over to rl.gg/springticketslive. If you want to do it manually. Of course, the event goes from the 6th to 9th, and you can hang out with us with 2 of those days, 8th to the 9th, as it's always exciting and exhilarating to be there at a live event. Lemon Daz, I think anyone can attest to there's been any esports event, but Rocket League specifically is just something powerful. Just having everyone together, Lemon, celebrating the same thing is always super exciting.
And I know most of us got together for DreamHack this just past weekend, and the energy was out of this world. The loudest LAN I think I've been to in a while, and I'm expecting Boston to just top those charts. So excited how that LAN's gonna go, especially with a lot more fans attending. I'm probably gonna go deaf that weekend.
Oh, don't worry. Well, the headphones are really noise canceling, so we're good on that aspect. But of course, yeah, you guys know it. Spring Major tickets obviously available. Come hang out with us at Boston. First Touch pre-show. You guys can yell at T-Base as much as you want to, or you can talk about some funny takes on the desk. Just be more involved with the Rocket League family as a whole. It's always great when everyone gets together, and I want to see how electric that Boston crowd can get. So you guys got to show up and show out.
Yeah, you got to show us something, that's for sure. Let's just take a look, though, because we aren't done with the weekend right now. Let's take a look at the schedule just so you know what's happening tomorrow. Of course, as I mentioned while we were looking at the bracket, we are going to hit our lower bracket round 3. Then we'll head up to our upper bracket semifinals, where we'll send 2 more teams down to the lower bracket quarterfinals, where we'll finish off those 2 matches for the end of the day. And then we end up with our final 4 teams into that championship Sunday. So make sure you're showing up tomorrow and 30 minutes before kickoff, of course, for the pre-show. Anyways, that's it for the day. Unless you got some final thoughts there, something to look forward to.
Team BDS especially are on the rise. They're having an amazing spring split. They got 3rd in the last 2, and if they win against Carmine, which underdog in that case, they could go to the grand finals. So that's exciting for them if they can make it. Also, G1, this is the deepest run they've had. They're in the lower bracket. They've kind of fumbled in the last 2 regionals. So we'll see if G1 can put up a really decent high score. There's some good matches going on.
Match of the day for me, Liquid Vitality. They win 7 games. Like I said, Liquid Invitationals, they kind of play up to a new standard. I want to see what that Liquid Vitality looks like. How close will it be, or are Vitality just going to usher in that new era? They already have been. I want to see what they can continue to do.
Match of the day for me, any match Hogan mode is playing. It's going to be great. Rocket League tomorrow. The upper bracket is looking fire. Carmine Court, Team BDS, and Vitality versus Liquid. It's going to be a lot of good Rocket League, so you don't want to miss it. And I very much hope you're showing up tomorrow to hang out with us. That's it for today for day 1. We'll see you for day 2 tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad. still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running back to you, back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Feel me in the dark, in the darkness. My shadows.